Okay, this time, just the pin. Don't even rush. I'll go
everybody in the blue building. Everyone in the blue building.
Okay, I'm lagging a little though. Don't think I can find my ladder. Are you guys lagging or not? Is that just me?
Presented by Budweiser. Back with John Smoltz, J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian in D.C. 1-0 Nationals as we go to the top half of the sixth. And the Giants open with Tim Hudson, Gregor Blanco, and Joe Panik.
Got to keep it away from Tim Hudson. He likes it in his college days. He set all kinds of offensive numbers. Still swinging a little bit.
3 career home runs, but behind here 0-2.
But you do get to a point when you get older, that fastball seems a little bit faster when you don't get to bat but once every 5 days.
Dropped down a sacrifice in the third, and that third inning, as modest as the opportunity was, still stands as what was the Giants' best opportunity to push across a run. Leadoff single, then a sacrifice. They had a runner at second with 1 away. Zimmerman struck out Blanco, and then Panik bounced out to retire the threat. Washington's run coming on an RBI single by Anthony Rendon in the third. That's the only activity on the scoreboard tonight. 2-2. You know, it'd be easy to say that a lopsided score or a bunch of runs would surprise you given the quality of starting pitching matchups we've seen in the series so far. But to reiterate what we mentioned earlier tonight, John Lester versus James Shields, Clayton Kershaw versus Adam Wainwright. Those games combined to yield 36 runs. As Tim Hudson strikes out. So Hudson and Zimmerman have both been very efficient tonight. And just by way of comparison, Peavy and Strasburg were great yesterday, but they had to do a little bit more work. Through 5 last night, they were each in the low to mid 80s. Tonight through 5, as you can see the difference. Hudson and Zimmerman rolling along a little more efficiently. Yeah,
well, when you're throwing strikes and you're on attack, I mean, you as a hitter don't want to get to 2 strikes.
So 1 gone now for Gregor Blanco. He has struck out and popped up in the infield behind 0-1.
This leadoff hitter has been able to do anything to disrupt the rhythm and get on base and make it a havoc for the pitcher. That's part of the success formula for each starting pitcher. They've been able to eliminate really the guys who could steal and draw attention, change that rhythm, hold the ball, throw to first.
Line to shortstop for Desmond, and there are 2 gone. 11 in a row set down by Zimmerman.
Sure, this was a similar type start in his no-hitter. Really quick, working fast, throwing strikes. Probably set a record for the most players ever playing in a no-hitter, I would imagine. And then the one change in the 9th inning, the left fielder makes that incredible play to end it.
A strike to Joe Panik. I think Matt Williams felt pretty good about himself when he made that move, putting Steve Souza in left field to finish off the no-hitter. Panik wraps that one to first. Jordan Zimmerman rolling right along. 12 in a row retired by the Nationals right-hander, the middle of his order, trying to get him a little more support as we go to the bottom of the 6th with Washington up a run.
fucking did. I got shot from the tank, I think.
Took like 10 minutes to
That's
fucking
what Shane played.
bro.
This kid must have three. I'm while trying to defuse, and I didn't mean to do that. This kid had three. The bomb blew up, and he got 3 kills that round. Shouldn't have defused it.
Everybody get in fucking green.
Gave him a free
Get
kill.
in green. Let me get the bomb. Get in green. Yeah, get streets. Get in green.
Bomb acquired.
No one be outside. Let him use the streets. Once he uses the streets, then can move.
When the greatest obstacle in my path casts a looming shadow over everything I try to do.
I'm back in my corner over here. I'm gonna take corner.
Steve, you are your own worst enemy.
One in tank. One in tank.
Back
Tank.
you.
Tank.
You're gonna die. You're gonna kill him by blue.
Got tank. Got
Shooting me
tank.
through the wall like he knows I'm there. One kid at A.
They want to plant B.
You could push out now. Push out now. 2 down.
Plant B. Plant B. Come on.
Thank you. It's just like.
Hiring you.
I threw a smoke there for you. You see him over there?
Yeah, he's intact. He's super weak.
The bomb has been planted.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I didn't even see him at first.
I got a kill streak, so yeah. If I get one more kill, I can get my lightning strike.
I didn't see him right here. He was on the ground. What's strict about lightning and health arm or what?
Back into blue. Back into blue. He still has streaks. Remember that. Back
Defend the
into blue.
objective.
I'm on the
A 1-0 game, and a symbol as such, the lone Washington Monument. Such a terrific day, week spent touring our nation's capital. You're of the mind to do a lot of sightseeing on trips like this. Did you get out and see anything this week?
No, usually I'm checking out golf courses, and they got some good ones here, by the way.
Anthony Rendon leads things off in the last of the 6th. It'll be Rendon, Worth, and LaRoche with a 1-0 Nationals lead here in the 6th inning. Tim Hudson getting a strike call on the outside corner to get in front 0-1. Something he's done often tonight. Hudson has struck out 4. He has scattered the 4 hits and again yielded the 1 run that came against Rendon back in the 3rd. An RBI single with 2 away. Chopper over the plate and through. Anthony Rendon's 3 for 3 tonight. Take you back to the home 3rd with 2 away. An RBI single to left. That's it on the scoreboard tonight.
Yeah, he's placed them perfectly. If you're the Washington National crowd, you're satisfied with the lead, but you need more. You're not comfortable with 1 run. And if you're San Francisco, you've got to be excited about the start you're getting out of Tim Hudson. You're only down 1-0 against Zimmerman, who has been hot. So everybody is in an anxious moment right now when you think about Washington down 1-0 in the series, up 1-0 in the game, looking to add on and make it more comfortable for their starter.
And here for the 3rd time is the matchup that many have waited to translate into success for the Nationals. Jason Worth with significant previous success against Tim Hudson. A .386 career hitter in 44 at-bats with 4 home runs. On the ground is shortstop. Crawford's got only 1 play, gets it to first just in time for out number 1.
I'll tell you what, As a pitcher, when you know a guy has had success against you, as we see this chopper and a real good sinker thrown to Jason Worth, you look at the film, you see what the other guy's been successful against you, and you try to adjust. And he's done a nice job adjusting against Worth, mixing it up, not relying on the same type pitches in the counts that he had before. So that's one hurdle for Tim Hudson coming into this game. That guy had a lot of success off of you, and you want to make sure you make the pitches to at least temper that.
So here's Adam LaRoche, also 0 for 2 tonight. Runner in scoring position for him with one away.
Well, the shift they have now with a runner on second puts pressure on Panda because they've got to protect against the steal. You see where they are. They would have Sandoval way over more if there was nobody on. So your guessing game is if you're going to steal, you got to get a good jump, and Sandoval's going to have to read that as the pitch is going to the plate. That's what these shifts can do, get guys out of position and make it difficult to defend against the normal plays.
0-1 to LaRoche, almost got him.
Just pulls it. He pulls his sinker trying to get that front door action where it starts as a ball and ends up as a strike. And you can see he just over-rotated when he was trying to throw it. A sinker baller's front shoulder has to be so good for him to have that natural sink and keep his head still. Tim Hudson doesn't have the quietest head when he delivers the ball.
1-1 to LaRoche, right into the shift for Panic in shallow right. Almost in that beer league rover position. He's able to throw out LaRoche. Rendon to third. At the top of the order, as we showed you earlier, we'll refresh it. Just 5 for 25 in the series. You take Rendon out of there, and it's been a lot of futility.
Yeah, it has been a lot of pressure on this lineup, of course. Very few chances, although they've had a couple now with man on third and 2 outs. They cashed in once. Looking to get another big 2-out hit.
Ian Desmond has a base hit and a stolen bag tonight. His first hit of the series came in the 4th. Tim Hudson's been starting right-handed hitters on that outside corner very successfully tonight, and from my eyes, John, it looks like he's had a real pitcher's friendly strike zone to work with.
He has, and it's a good one for him, and he stays right there. His lower body looks so much better. He's driving to the plate, which allows that sinker to have life at the end, and he's holding its plane, meaning it's staying in that lane where Posey wants it. Every once in a while, you're going to get that. You're going to get an overthrow, and you're going to pull it. When you pull a sinker, it does the opposite of what you want it to do, and so when you stay back and allow that natural movement to take its place, that's what he's been pretty good at. He's mixed in some really good off-speed pitches to keep him off of it. And Tim looks a lot better than he has in the second half, where the numbers skyrocketed ERA.
Gene Machis, the right-hander. And Javier Lopez, who pitched last night, also up in the bullpen for the Giants. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Ian Desmond. So can you tell the difference? I mean, just physically, and you know Tim Hudson as well as anybody, having been staff mates for such a long time. Tell the difference when that hip isn't giving him any trouble, as it appears to be the case tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, the foundation down below your feet, your legs are going to correlate up top. And the biggest thing for Tim Hudson, when he's throwing a good sinker, it looks like a split finger. It doesn't look fair. And when it gets lateral, or there's not that tilt to that sink, it's more hittable of a pitch, and he hasn't thrown too many of those. Remember I said arm side sinker getting away from him into a right-hander? He's done a great job of that.
6 strikeouts for Tim Hudson tonight as Posey finishes with a throw and a leadoff single is left stranded. We played 6 complete. It's still just 1-0 Washington.
I know, they were throwing flashes
why are you out in the open? I said, get into blue.
That one for
I
our
said, let him use his lightning and then challenge.
I don't care, dude.
You don't listen, man. You gotta listen sometimes, bro. Just gotta listen. There's only one Master Rank 1 in here, bro. It's me. Whatever the fuck you got to say, whatever the fuck you got to say, I got Master Rank 1, the only one in the lobby, bro. So just listen to me when I tell you.
Only one, because
That whole game, all I did was say that one time. Go inside. That's the only time I told you to do something. That's the only time, chaotic. That whole game. I didn't tell you to do anything any other time. Just said go inside, let him use his lightning, then we would have won that.
Hey, me and my boyfriend are gonna switch off, so he's gonna play this game. Yeah.
I don't care about losing, bro. Just as long as we fucking do our plan.
Oh, you gotta play better, though.
Talk about play better, bro.
Dude, you were going negative last game.
7-1 with the plant fucking leading the fucking team to the fucking win, bro.
Y'all fucking fight with each other. What the fuck is this shit, bro?
I'm done. I'm going to game chat.
I said, do you have plans today?
Hey, let's go, guys. I'm gonna try using trophies.
Hey, SK, stop fucking trying to talk hard in this fucking lobby. You're fucking the main reason we fucking lost that match. You're kind of confused too. Two different fucking bombs. You fucking try to talk hard.
lost control.
Fuck, I still think we're fucking SCP.
Hardpoint locked down.
Because I know how you feel about Apple. What next could never be. Plus,
He's taking the lead.
that you now own 1.5 million shares of Apple. So that's a tangible factor too.
Just a little hint of fall in the air. It's getting a little chilly tonight. The Nationals have the tube heater in the home dugout. Throw him the heater, Ricky. Anthony Rendon heating up before he goes out to take the field behind Jordan Zimmerman, who has kept the Giants' bats cold. 12 consecutive hitters retired, the longest playoff streak in Nationals franchise history. He'll try to extend it here in the top of the 7th against Buster Posey, Pablo Sandoval, and Hunter Pence. Posey lines to third on the first pitch of the plate appearance, and Rendon is there to answer one away.
Once again, you could just sense everybody not holding their breath, but things are going smoothly for the Nats. You think that they had a 5-0 lead. It's only 1-0. The Giants sticking around, trying to find a way to get on base to break that streak. Now 13 straight.
So one streak against another now. As Zimmerman has retired 13 in a row, he faces Pablo Sandoval, who's hit safely in 12 consecutive postseason games. That's a Giants franchise record. And if he can keep it going tonight, we can start to talk about a National League record. Marquise Grissom of the Braves. Can't go too far without talking about one of your old teammates these days. Hit in 15 straight postseason games between 95 and 96. Sandoval's going to need another at-bat to try to keep his streak alive. There are 2 away. The upset watch is on at more than one venue in college football. Time for a game break as we check in with Chris Myers. Exciting day on the gridiron already.
Some of the prayers are being answered.
Are you worried about Sparty at all now, given what's been happening?
No, they're motivated. They're ready.
All right. Here's Hunter Pence with 2 gone. Pence has one of the 3 giant singles today.
Rare 2-0 count here in the last 4 innings. Seems like everything's been strikes and action right after that.
Sharply hit on the ground to shortstop. 15 in a row retired by Jordan Zimmerman. The Nationals lead it 1-0 as we hit the 7th inning stretch and keep the telecast right here to honor our country with God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we honor our great country with a performance of God Bless America. Once again, D.C., Washington.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean's wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Objective parameters obtained. Well done.
I'm glad you're back. I'm not back. We spotted the ocean. Steve, you met our chairman, Ed Woolard. Scared? Look, I know all about the bad blood you must taste. Then I understand your hesitation. But I just want you to know, I am not Arthur Rock. I'm your friend. Okay.
Honestly, he plays better when he
Can you
doesn't
take
talk.
a minute to talk?
Capture the flag.
Today's paper.
Hey, SK, you play defense on the right. I'll play defense on the left. Hey, Rain, you pull with chaotic.
Secure the objective.
SK, you pull with
That's your defense.
SK, you play defense on the right.
Oh yeah, I'll defend. Not doing pretty good. My mom's like fucking with me.
Alright, SK, you run then. You run, SK.
Fuck. There's one in blue, one going south. Just took it to the left side.
Hey, I'm down in front of Otto.
One flag blue.
Flag acquired.
Help. Forget it. I'll run solo. Running way back there, guys.
Sometimes we're guilty of overdoing the term classic pitchers duel, but tonight certainly fits the bill. Tim Hudson, Jordan Zimmerman, both have been super Jordan Zimmerman with 7 shutout innings. Hudson's only blemish, the RBI single that he yielded to Anthony Rendon in the third. 1-0 Nats as we play on bottom of the 7th. Bryce Harper leads things off against Hudson. It'll be Harper followed by Ramos and Cabrera, the 6, 7, 8 batters for Matt Williams Nationals. Back with John Smoltz, JP Morosi, Matt Vasgersian. This has been a lot of fun to watch. A 1-run game in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, it has, and we probably thought this was going to be the game you were going to watch last night. That's not the case. These two pitchers have been on their game, throwing strikes, and they're keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate. That's why it's given the hitters so much problem.
For Bryce Harper, the night after hitting a 445-foot home run into the top tank, and 0 for 2 today in Game 2. Grounded to second in the 2nd inning, punched out in the 4th. The 1-1 on the inside corner to put him behind 1-2.
Tried to go away. Rarely do you get that call when you miss that bad, but Harper gave him a little bit of that. Come on now, his glove was way out there.
What you talking about, Willis? Stays alive on a ball and 2 strikes. And Bryce Harper's got great bat control. This we all know. And before the game, we actually had a guy in our production truck counting. He got to 39 in 19 seconds. There's a commercial endorsement there somewhere, marketing people. Ichiro, eat your heart out. A ball and 2 strikes. The Washington bullpen, which has been quiet all night, has Tyler Clippard up and throwing just in case. Jordan Zimmerman showing no signs of cracking. But if the Nats can have an opportunity to perhaps put somebody aboard here and score an additional run, Matt Williams at least wants to be ready.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. When you're thinking about an added bonus run or 2, that is huge. And then trusting your bullpen, which has been really good from the 7th on. And in this case, it would be the 8th on.
Harper grounds to Panic. A great play to his left, and there's 1 away.
It's amazing the contrasting styles between the 2 starters of each club in these first 2 games. For Tim Hudson, he's kind of a drop and drive, relies on sink and movement, kind of similar to Jake Peavy. And then 2 tall, powerful pitchers for the Nationals. Stand up, kind of get after it with a fastball. Both have done very good in this game and, of course, kept their teams in it. But you get this sense still like it's just 1-0.
Here's Wilson Ramos now. A base hit back up the middle.
Matt Williams will be given an interesting choice. First-year manager for the Nationals going to the playoffs. You see this swing right back up the middle. Ramos checking in the hit category. But given the situation, unless there's a double play ball, he's going to have a choice to make on whether or not to keep in his hot starter or try to go for some runs. I would say with 2 outs, he's going to leave them in. If they happen to get a double here or a base hit first and second, you might see him bunt. Double, you might see him pinch hit. These are the decisions this time of the year. Everyone thinks they can make them at home. They're not that easy.
As Drupal Cabrera is responsible for the only extra base hit in the game so far. As Hudson misses the outside corner to the Nats second baseman. Danny Espinosa has a bat. Nate Scherholz has a bat. Scherholz had a pinch hit double in last night's game. One and one. gives you the sense on a night like tonight, and granted the stakes are ratcheted up in the postseason, Tim Hudson has 214 career wins. He'll be 40 next year. He's been in the big leagues for 16 years. The big takeaway I draw from that number is that we might not see another 300-game winner in our lifetimes.
Yeah, highly doubt it based on the way the game is going.
2-1.
The luxury of some really nice, good contracts and guys not maybe playing 20 years anymore.
And I say that because Tim Hudson is the active wins leader in baseball with 214. You had 213, if I'm not mistaken.
213,
right?
Yep.
Could you have imagined some 80, 90 more wins in your career?
Well, I missed 5 years, 3 of them in the bullpen and a couple due to injuries.
So that's a yes.
Yeah, maybe. I would like to think so if I didn't go to the pen, but
you got you.
CC Sabathia.
He's got 208.
Yeah. Everybody thought he might be the guy, but
right.
His injuries have slowed him down. My money's on Clayton Kershaw.
He could be a candidate. So many things have to break your way. You've got to pitch for a good team for a lot of years. You've got to stay healthy. 300 wins. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cabrera. Sticking around. Again, Tyler Clippard is hot in the bullpen for the Nationals at this point. And whether or not we see a pinch hitter for Jordan Zimmerman will have everything to do with this plate appearance against Asdrubal Cabrera, as John mentions.
Cabrera fouling that one off his foot a little bit, walking it off. Trying to get the feeling back in his front foot. Crowd knows their chances of seeing their team come back really rest on this one game right here. They've got to find a way to secure this and win column and then take one out in San Francisco.
2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strikeout number 7 for Tim Hudson tonight.
Must the bottom drop out of that. That's an incredible split finger. At least look like a split finger. It's always hard to tell. I had to chart him most of the times in Atlanta. I had a hard time telling when he had a good sinker and a good split what the difference was. That change of speeds right there. It just got Cabrera off balance.
So Jordan Zimmerman to bat in his spot in the order here with 2 out and a runner at first. Zimmerman has struck out twice tonight and takes strike 1. The scores in Tim Hudson's last 5 starts were 10-9, 6-1, 17-0, 5-0, and 9-1. All of them losses. A great play by Pablo Sandoval. Tim Hudson has been brilliant tonight. We'll go to the 8th. Belt Crawford Nishikawa hoping his efforts aren't in vain.
Spawn. You guys gotta protect me. Don't even challenge. Stay and protect me. We won. Let's go, boys. Fuck! No.
Oh my God.
Let's go, boys.
Nobody was protecting me. I told you guys to. None of you guys did. I'm done. You guys are being dicks.
If you would have stayed all the way in that little corner. Hey, lock it down like we did originally. Hey, acid, lock down middle or blue. I got fucking auto.
We have good size. Go.
Cascade, what are you doing in front of my fucking... Don't do that in front of my gun.
Flag has been dropped.
Don't do that, bro.
Our flag is
You're
secure.
fucking blocking me from shooting, bro.
Hostile flag returned.
Don't fucking ever do that again.
Hey, you can talk to him.
튼튼히 뿌리고 새로 사 바르고 하면 뭐해? 마르는 때 마르지 않는 모습 피부와 유사한 성분으로 자극 없이 촉촉.
They're coming through graveyard. They're coming through graveyard. God, graveyard, bro.
Enemy flag acquired.
Yo, there's one a graveyard.
Cut him off.
Pitching and defense on display in what has been a magnificently played Game 2 of the National League Division Series between the Giants and the Nationals. Tim Hudson has been terrific, as has his opposite number, Jordan Zimmerman, who goes back to work in the top half of the 8th on top 1-0, facing the 6, 7, 8 batters for the Giants. Brandon Belt leads it off for San Francisco, trailing by a run. First pitch swinging. A ball looking for no man's land. Ian Desmond out there to make the over-the-shoulder grab.
This has been unreal, this game, and the tempo of everything going. This could have easily fallen in, but he gets there in plenty of time over the shoulder and makes it look a little easier than it was. And the rhythm continues for Zimmerman. Somehow the Giants got to get him out of the stretch.
Brandon Crawford hitless tonight after a 3-hit opener a night ago. Just 3 Giants singles tonight. And they were scattered in the first 3 innings of the game. Zimmerman has retired 16 in a row as he gets in front of Crawford, 0-1. That's hammered into the corner, and a foul ball.
I actually think in a weird way the first inning single helped out Zimmerman more than anything. Here's a guy coming off a no-hitter his last start. And then you watch how close this ball just, about a foot foul. But he has gotten back into that no-hitter rhythm, really, in the middle part of this game. There has been no signs of anything other than attack with a fastball, and the Giant hitters are hitting him right at the National defenders.
Crawford is swung on and missed. Strike 3. 5 punch-outs for Jordan Zimmerman tonight.
He's climbing the ladder. Fastball aggression. Crawford out of the zone.
Tonight, UFC Fight Night returns to Fox Sports 1 with an epic night of bouts, including a welterweight showdown between second-ranked Rory McDonald and 9th-ranked Tarek Saffiedine. The action starts at 8:30 Eastern tonight on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. 2 gone for Travis Ishikawa. You know, to your point, John, as to how efficient Jordan Zimmerman has been and how the pace has been directed by him all night. He's recorded 23 outs tonight. 9 of those outs have come in the first 2 pitches of the plate appearance.
Yeah, it's almost like watching fast-paced football where everybody's trying to get a play in as fast as they can. That's what these pitchers have been able to do. And the fact that there hasn't been much, there's tension anyways. It's 1-0. Every pitch is stressful. But there hasn't been a lot of base runners. He hasn't been out of the stretch in a while. So that rhythm that every pitcher wants to have in a game like today, you feel good just pumping in strikes and throwing it. When the crowd gets going, your juices get going.
Pinch hitter Matt Duffy waits on deck, hoping for a chance with a 2-strike count to Travis Ishikawa. Ball and 2 strikes to the San Francisco left fielder. Tried to get him to go up the ladder as he did Crawford. One of the side benefits of retiring 16 in a row is the chance that Zimmerman may only have to face Posey, Sandoval, and Pence 3 times tonight.
Yeah, it's just been an outstanding job. I looked at this series and you go, okay, the Nationals, no-brainer. Their staff speaks for themselves. 2 starting pitchers for the Giants, losing records, doesn't tell the story. Didn't get a lot of runs. But they have done exactly what you want between Peavy and Hudson, only giving up 1 run. And now between Strasburg and Zimmerman, only giving up 2 runs.
Line to first for LaRoche, who dives to his right to make the play. Another 1-2-3 inning for Jordan Zimmerman.
I should have fucking protected Chaotic. I had to protect the Chaotic Brutal one. My bad. Alright, let me grab the bomb. We're in plan B. Let me grab the bomb. We're in plan B.
Eliminate the objective.
What happened? Oh, wow.
Bomb dropped.
Stay in game chat, everybody.
Bomb acquired. Charges dropped.
So what the fuck happened?
Yeah, just stay in game chat. Nah, it's the lag.
Time's almost up.
Acid and I were the only ones left, so I kicked out Acid and came to game chat.
Dude, that kid went boilers. God.
They got the bomb.
Damn.
Poor effort. Get ready for the next round.
Dude, he went through boilers and circled around.
Switching operation ready point. Search and
Everybody
destroy.
go A. I can watch B solo. Everyone go A. I can watch B solo. I want to apologize, SK. I thought you were a little kid before.
Oh, it's good, yeah.
Normally I'm a
Bomb online.
little bit less harsh with babies and
On MLB Network, Lance Lynn and the Cardinals try to take a surprising 2-0 lead on Zach Greinke and the Dodgers. Then tomorrow on CBS, the Orioles face the Tigers on top in an elimination game. The Angels square off against the Royals, down 0-2 and going back to AC. KC, that is. AC, they're not going to Atlantic City. They're going to Missouri after all. Don't miss any of the action. The Nationals looking for some late insurance tonight. Denard Span, top of the order against Tim Hudson, who continues in the last of the 8th.
Nobody's tried any bunts. Nobody's tried anything to disrupt the tempo of each pitcher. That's how good the strike throwing has been. And really the lack of being out of the stretch. Nationals could desperately use some added runs.
The Nationals Geico in-game box score. The damage coming from Anthony Rendon, responsible for exactly half of Washington's hit total and driving in the only run of the game back in the third. This isn't going to make Tim Hudson feel any better. But the last pitcher to throw a postseason complete game loss was Tim Hudson. Game 3 of the 2000 American League Division Series. He has been magnificent tonight.
He really has, and we documented the second half was not the trend that you would think you were going to see if you're following trends. His second half, 2-11, pretty much after June. 5.13 ERA. He has been on his game, and as I mentioned, 1-12 when his team scores 2 runs or less. A big part of those 13 losses that is on his record.
His biggest problem tonight has been Jordan Zimmerman has been just that much better. The 0-2 to Span. A ball and 2 strikes now. As good as the Giants have been in the postseason under Bruce Bochy, the San Francisco Giants have never won the first 2 games of a best-of-5 series. Given their recent success, that might come as a surprise to some. A swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Hudson.
Well, the Giants are one of those teams that just says you can't do it. Like, they like it better when you can't do it. Down 2 games to none in the best-of-5. They win 3 in a row against Cincinnati. Down 3-1 against the St. Louis Cardinals. They win 3 in a row. And for good measure, sweep the next team in the World Series.
Here's Anthony Rendon now. The only trouble spot for Hudson all night.
Just walk him.
3 for 3 with that RBI in the third. On the corner to get ahead 0-1. Hudson has punched out 8 tonight. A personal postseason best for him.
He's had more than 6 days rest. He's 2-0 this year. We talked about the 9-day rest. Sometimes that can have a little rust, but in his case, I think the rest helped him. 39 years old. Saw the formula that Jake Peavy paved out there yesterday, and he's doubled down right on it. He's just done everything you have to do to keep the Nationals off the bases.
A ball and 2 strikes to Anthony Rendon. Jason Worth waiting next with 1 out and the base is empty. A 1-2 count to the 24-year-old former first rounder. For such a long time, the conversation of how good the young Nationals were was centered around just Steven Strasburg and Bryce Harper. Anthony Rendon really changed that dialogue this year. In fact, on a couple of occasions, a few of his own teammates spoke out and said, you know, you talk about some of the best young players in baseball. We might have one of them here that folks don't really know as much about, and that's Rendon. A full count now to him, 3-2. From the southwest suburbs of Houston to Rice University, where he was a star, to making an almost immediate impact after being drafted as recently as 2011. And he has been a one-man offensive band tonight. The 3-2 to him. Anthony Rendon is 4 for 4 tonight. And that appears to be the end of the line for Tim Hudson.
Well, he just stays out over the middle of the plate with his fastball. Again, goes up the middle, trying not to do too much. 4 hits. The only blemish, really, for Tim Hudson is that'll do it for him.
The Giants go to the bullpen for Gene Machi. We'll be back.
Shield on
eliminate the objective.
Your work, Acid.
Charges applied.
I'm done. I'm really done.
I'm gonna set my shield up in the middle.
I'll play. I got my Scorpion out. That's what I got. I fucking forgot my Scorpion. You played with fast and I fucking no scope and reload faster. Really good. Oh, I'm on shot.
Nice. Only one left. Where you guys want to go, A or B?
Go A.
Alright. Up to you. Okay, we gotta go. I'm planning. Watch my back.
Step up. Bomb is
I'm
on.
gonna watch these stairs where we just came up. You guys, everybody watch an entrance. It's only... He's right here with me. He's gonna try to go the other way. Just watch the entrance. It's fire, free fire. You don't have to kill him. We just have to keep him from defusing. Alright, he's coming my way.
One kid. Way down right there.
Yeah.
Good job. Ready for the
We
next
didn't have to
round.
kill him. We just had to prevent him from defusing.
Dude, I killed one and then I almost killed this other kid. Right when I died, somebody killed him. I got 50% of assist of it.
Switching sides.
Back in the middle.
Fight Night is underway and currently on Fox Sports 2 as well as streaming live on the Fox Sports Go app and foxsportsgo.com. But what a fight we've had here between two terrific starting pitchers. Tim Hudson, brilliant, finally exiting after 7 1/3. Did not walk a batter, yielded only the 1 run on 7 hits, struck out 8. A personal postseason best. On the other side of the scorecard, Jordan Zimmerman is in a stretch of retiring 18 straight batters and has been, John, just that much better.
Yeah, we knew coming in, both offenses knew, hey, we're not going to take a lot of pitches. These guys don't throw many balls, so we're going to have to be aggressive, and the pitchers have won tonight.
So Gene Machi enters from the Giants bullpen. They'll face Jason Worth with 1 out and 1 on, and trying to preserve the 1-run deficit for the top of the ninth.
Fastball at about 92 with a hard slider, downward action. But his pitch is the splitter. It's his go-to split. Splitter is his go-to pitch, is what I'm trying to say.
Machi's number was called often out of the Giants bullpen this year. Made a team-high 71 relief appearances in 2014. Jason Worth looking for his first hit of the night. And his first of this postseason, 0 for 5 in 2 games in the series.
The Giants have attacked both him and LaRoche, I think, extremely well. Their game plan has been successful. They've kept these two guys, which is a big part of the Nats' offense.
One and one. Anthony Rendon aboard after his 4th hit of the night, which, by the way, is a franchise postseason record, and that dates back to the Montreal days. Worth behind 1-2.
Good slider there at 82. Arm angle down a little bit. Get it to sweep away from the right-hander.
The right-hander out of the stretch as he misses to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Based on what I've seen, you almost got to pitch Jason Worth backwards. It looks like he's much more comfortable with 2 strikes. You can surprise him with some fastballs. The question is when? When do you do that? 2-2 count right here, and he threw 2 sliders. Let's see if he goes fastball here to try to lock him up. Maybe sitting off speed.
You know, as much as Zimmerman and Hudson work quickly, Machi is really the antithesis to that.
Is that opposite?
Yeah.
I don't want to guess.
He's slow.
Okay.
By design, by the way. A deliberate worker is the diplomatic way of stating that. Worth spoils him off to stay at 2-2. There are those notoriously slow workers over the years that kind of stand as the all-time examples. Steve Traxel, former Diamondback Armando Reynoso, Rafael Betancourt among current relievers. And Machi is every bit as deliberate as anybody in that group. Posey wants it on the corner, and Worth sends it out to the opposite field. Playable for Pence. And out number 2. For a look ahead at what's coming up next on Fox Sports 1, let's send it back to Chris Myers in the studio. Yeah, Chris, thank you. Little matter of game 2 still to be determined here in a 1-run night. With a big potential insurance run out there for Adam LaRoche. Man at first with 2 gone.
We've already had some classic games, and they weren't the classic games we thought we were going to get. Exciting games, a lot of runs. This truly is been a classic, a 1-0 pitchers duel. Everybody's been crisp. The game has moved along quickly.
Rendon runs. A swing and a miss at the plate. Posey's throw down is not in time. Runner in scoring position with 2 away.
Posey was going out there just to stall a little bit, talking to his pitcher to see if they get time to check out a replay. Everything's so important in these scenarios. Why not? We have the replay in place. But it looks like Bruce is just going to go out and talk to his pitcher at this point. They got the word back that he looks back in. I see that a lot. Manager's trying to get the word and whether or not to go talk to the umpire and have him check it or not.
And Bruce Bochy not only wanted to give his tape guys another chance to look at the play at second, he wants to make a change. We'll be right back.
Neutralize the objectives. Bomb acquired.
You guys want me to win this game for you guys?
No, I'm not even gonna die.
You're not gonna die? So if you die, how much you gonna give me?
Not gonna try. One kid left, you probably won't be.
Yo, that kid just juked me.
Bomb is armed. You're all that remains. Finish the mission. Hellstorm missile on standby. Good job, squad. Get ready for the next round. Switching operation ready point.
He could have saved his
Search and
streak too.
destroy.
It's 3-0.
Protect the objective.
At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replays, reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get the At Bat app for your smartphone or tablet. Well, here's the situation. A big insurance run is out there in scoring position for the Nationals here in their half of the 8th. Washington leads 1-0, and they have ever since the Rendon single in the 3rd. Jordan Zimmerman has been brilliant tonight. Tim Hudson was almost as good, left trailing by the run. And the Giants have made their second pitching change of the inning for the veteran left-hander Javier Lopez.
Javier Lopez, sidearm left-hander, came in to face Adam LaRoche yesterday. Some close pitches, but Adam worked a walk out of that at bat.
So Lopez inherits the 0-1 count left behind by Gene Machi. That walk to LaRoche was significant in that it was Lopez's first walk to a left-handed batter in a postseason game since Game 2 of the 2007 ALCS.
Setting up for the same formula we saw yesterday, where Hunter Strickland came in with the bases loaded. There won't be a bases loaded situation this time.
I guess we know why Bruce Bochy wanted Javier Lopez in this situation.
Yep.
0 for 9 with 8 strikeouts. That is straight ownership. And he got him again. The bullpen combines to keep things clean in the 8th. One last crack left for the Giants, down by a run.
I'm getting a lot of call-outs.
Switching sides.
They help.
Search and destroy. Protect the objectives.
Okay, let's go. B. Two go B, two go A. Good deal, good deal. None over here. There must be hallway in Custom. Didn't have my bag with. Literally camping in that corner. That one, the other one. That one right there.
Mission clock about to expire. Step up. Good job, squad. Get ready for the next round. Switching operation ready point. Search and destroy.
Alright, let me grab the bomb. We're gonna go B this time.
Neutralize the objectives. Charges acquired.
Why would you take that from me?
Gotta say that early, man. I said I'm grabbing the
Just
bomb.
kidding. I asked for the ball. And I died.
We die.
Professor.
Carrier down.
Oh, I took 2 out, dude. I had your back for a little.
Good job. Get ready for the next round.
You were getting shot at. Got 2 headshots.
Thank God I got that shield on my back, huh?
Half time.
Yeah, you look like a turtle with
Search and destroy.
On Fox Sports 1 after this terrific pitchers duel finally reaches an end. UFC Fight Night is on now on Fox Sports 2 and streaming on the Fox Sports Go app and on FoxSportsGo.com. Rory McDonald and Tarek Safadine still to come. This particular heavyweight, Jordan Zimmerman, has been a lot to handle tonight for the San Francisco Giants. 18 in a row retired as he has 3 outs left between the Giants and a complete game shutout in Game 2 of the DS.
He really has. There's been no guesswork. It's right after you. Every pitch, even if it's that cutter that we've seen a couple times and saw right there, it is an aggressive approach, and it's working. This is the longest time he's had to wait all game. Was that inning, in between innings, and he's come out firing strikes. 19 straight scoreless innings. I'd say he's on the roll.
0-2 to the pinch hitter, rookie Matt Duffy. Trying to back him up with a breaking ball. A ball and 2 strikes now. Duffy, then top of the order, Blanco and Panic. Got him. Number 6 for Jordan Zimmerman tonight.
One of the better ones of the night. That one started off the plate and just kept chasing away. Duffy couldn't lead. He could not stay off.
So now Gregor Blanco 0 for 3 this evening. Just 3 singles for the San Francisco lineup tonight. The last Giants base runner, Travis Ishikawa, who singled to lead off the 3rd. Blanco wants to think about it, understandably.
Yeah, he hadn't gotten his rhythm down yet. He likes to get the bat waggle a little bit, get it moving, and get ready.
0-2. Well, Matt Williams has been almost in a 3-point stance for much of the night. The crowd here has been standing for much of the latter stages of the night. And they're on their feet now looking for the final out of the game. Jordan Zimmerman has worked to 95 pitches. He's retired 20 straight. The fewest pitches in a postseason complete game since 1990. John Smoltz on that list. Joe Panik, the last chance for the Giants.
You're almost shocked that the first pitch is not a strike, the way this game has gone.
Went right back out there. It's 2-0. Deep and foul.
You could hear everyone hold their breath if that's possible.
You and I were holding our breath. Well, pregnant pause on the telecast there as we watched that one just scoot to the right of the foul pole. 2 balls and a strike to count to Panik. The Giants' 9-game postseason winning streak, a National League record, in jeopardy tonight. And at least one Giant thought that Panik drive had a chance.
Now, if you're Nationals or the fans, you don't want to see Posey come to the plate. Make something happen right here.
Ball 4, the tying run aboard. The first walk of the night from Jordan Zimmerman. How about the first walk of the night, period? That's how well pitched this game 2 has been. Here comes Matt Williams. And he's already made the change. Jordan Zimmerman goes 8 2/3, leads to a hero's exit. The Nationals are 1 out away from making this a best 2 out of 3.
How long do you play? Every day.
There you go, girl.
Top of the ninth with 2 away. The tying run aboard. Jordan Zimmerman was brilliant through 8 2/3 tonight. His only walk of the game came as his final batter, and it ended the stretch of 20 consecutive hitters retired. He turns it over with that one final out to get to his closer, Drew Storen, who has been unstoppable since August 24th. An ERA of 0 in his 17 appearances down the stretch. Buster Posey for the Giants. On the first pitch, that's into shallow left center, a base hit. Panic will stop at second. The go-ahead run aboard with 2 out in the 9th. And Pablo Sandoval will have another chance.
Good fastball pitch away. Attacks it and gets it off the end of the bat. And he keeps this rally alive. But the Giants are just unreal. Whether they come back and win this game or not, they find ways to play in these kind of games more than anybody else.
We mentioned earlier that Pablo Sandoval would love to have another chance to extend his 12-game postseason hitting streak. He's had 2 career plate appearances against Drew Storen, has 1 base hit. Up there, Hacken, 0-1. For Storen, this is his first postseason appearance since the 2012 Game 5 NLDS meltdown against the Cardinals. One that over just an inning's worth of work, he was charged with 4 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks. Sandoval into the opposite field. That's a fair ball. Panic scores, and this game is tied. They're going to try it with Posey. The throw to the plate is in time to get out.
Wow, there's no doubt they're going to have to look at this. You want to keep the players on the field when the last out occurs and there's a potential replay. Unbelievable piece of hitting.
The Giants in the dugout are all signaling safe as though they've already seen the videotape replay. We'll take another look.
When I saw it live, I thought he got in there. This great relay throw by Harper. Another good relay at a short hop, I believe, picked up at home. And then the tag and the transition, you look at his feet, that is going to be probably safe. I think his foot gets, that's going to be awfully close. These are the moments that we now have before us, at least taking a look.
His play is under review, and it's presented by Samsung.
Awfully close.
You're taking another look at it. And isn't it ironic that the player around whom the rules change was based, Buster Posey, with that now infamous collision with then Marlin Scott Cousins.
What you can't see is when his foot actually hits the plate as it bounces. When you're sliding in head first, you go with your hand, but when you slide in feet first, it's quicker to the plate. But the problem is trying to get that foot from bouncing over the plate and trying to get that foot to actually touch the plate.
All made more difficult with the new rules, the new collision rules behind the play. Wilson Ramos has to yield the lane. We watch it synced up from 2 different angles.
It's close. I think it's going to have to be overwhelmingly an evidence to overturn, because remember, the call was out by home plate umpire.
And by the way, nobody is worried about the time of review here. It seemed to be something that folks focused on during the regular season. Nobody's going to worry about that, because at the end of this one, they just want to get it right.
Well, 2 great plays, the relay and then the throw that short hops to the catcher. He gets the ball and secures it and then transfers over to make the tag. What Buster Posey is looking at is a lane to actually get his foot in time. So look at the lane. He actually came in real steep. I thought he might come out to the outside first base side of the plate, but he came in his turn real steep, and that angle may be the difference if he's out with the tag at home plate. Had he veered more towards first base, and they got him.
And the call is confirmed. Pablo Sandoval's 2-out RBI single has tied it. We go to the bottom of the 9th. A brand new story in D.C.
but we're bronze. Their best is bronze and iron. They're the best.
Those are the worst hits I've ever seen in my life.
Bronze actually looks pretty sick.
Search and destroy.
Let's go A. Let's go A.
We'll probably get platinum or gold by tonight. If we kick in surge.
I already got 9. I already got 9.
This is 150.
I already got 9 platinums in this bitch. I don't need any more.
Bomb acquired.
Wait, what do you mean you already got that?
I already got 19 platinums.
Coming off, stand by.
Yo, just follow me.
Get ready for the next round.
If you're not rush phase, you'll get double teamed.
Switching operation ready point. Search and destroy.
I'm going to cover A.
In that play goes back to May of 2011. Scott Cousins of the Marlins colliding with the Giant catcher in the 12th inning, scored the game-winning run. Posey suffered a fractured fibula, torn ligaments in the ankle. Some thought it was a career-altering, if not career-ending injury. He's, of course, come back stronger than ever. And then tonight, Posey involved in a refined set of rules, a play that required Wilson Ramos to yield a lane for the runner to slide, yet still Ramos is able to tag him out. After the review, the call was confirmed. 1 run scores on the play, and we go to the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, one of the most controversial plays at the plate now as far as teams understanding how it's to be viewed. The catcher has to give him a lane. We've seen situations where the lane wasn't given, but the throw took him over. That's the play they're going to look at in the offseason, I really believe, and try to totally understand how to call that. But nonetheless, exciting play at home plate in the 9th.
Sergio Romo is inserted for the Giants. He faces Ian Desmond to lead off the last of the 9th. A fly ball for Pence. 1 away. Pablo Sandoval has that sense for the big stage.
He's the wild card. He really is. And, of course, who would have thought that to continue his hitting streak would tie this game? He goes with the pitch away and down. And he just lines it down the left field line, and he sees what's going to happen. But I don't think he anticipates what's going to happen at home plate. And the rounding of the bag by Posey, and we already talked about the angle which he took into home, really made that play able for the Nationals to get him out.
Sergio Romo pitched yesterday, and the Giants win here in Game 1. Here's Bryce Harper with 1 gone. Romo went a scoreless inning yesterday. He did allow a couple of base hits, struck out a batter. The former Giants closer and World Series closer. Now behind Harper, 2 balls and no strikes.
What an incredible game. This game was going about a pace that we haven't seen in a while. And, of course, 2 outs, nobody on, and the pitcher that had been in incredible control. And it all started with a 2-out walk by Panic. And then a hit by Posey, and, of course, the hit by Sandoval. And we are still playing.
2 balls and no strikes to Bryce Harper. So 2-1 now. Just a final note on Sandoval's base hit, as Harper doesn't like the call at all. Pretty tough pitch.
I understand Zimmerman didn't like a couple calls there with 2 outs that led to the walk, and Harper's claiming that that ball's down. You can imagine the anxious moments here for the Nats. They had that win wrapped up with 1 out to go in the 9th.
2-1 to Harper. Again, one final note on Pablo Sandoval's game-tying hit in the top of the ninth. That extends his postseason hitting streak to 13, 2 shy of the National League record. And a plate appearance that he may not have counted on getting. Two balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Wilson Ramos next with 1 out and the base is empty. Full count.
Both those hits in the ninth were off pretty good pitches from Storen. It's just amazing. I've now watched the Giants play in these type games in the postseason, and to do that in the ninth with 2 outs and nobody on, it can't help but take the air out of the balloon for this crowd and the team. You got to find a way here at the Nats to send them home happy.
Harper still battling, 3 balls and 2 strikes. A bouncing ball for Belt, and there are 2 away in the last of the ninth. Jordan Zimmerman was absolutely brilliant tonight for 8 2/3 innings. Left with 1 out to get. The Giants are able to tie it at the top of the ninth. And here is Wilson Ramos now.
You know, these fans were such Tom Hanks fan. Movie Castaway with Wilson chanting.
Oh, and a slider makes Ramos chuck his bat into the stands.
Tell you, for guys who aren't playing in this game, your stomach is in knots. There's no way to contribute. You're at the mercy of hopefully your team bringing you excitement. But man, when you're at this time and you're down 1-0, so close to saying it's even, doesn't feel good.
Another slider makes Ramos pass and miss. It's 0-2. The Nationals were 1 out away from making this the best 2 out of 3. This feels like elements of the 2011 postseason, the World Series in particular, when the Rangers were an out away twice from winning their first ever World Series.
To win the World Series.
Posey sets the target well off the plate. It's a ball and 2 strikes. When the Giants bat in the top of the 10th, should it get that far, they're hoping to have Pence, Belt, and Crawford. A very tentative-looking crowd here at Nationals Park.
Both teams with plenty of pitchers to take this game as deep as they need to take because of the start that they got other starters and the depth that each team has.
A series of sliders finishes off Wilson Ramos. We're going to extra innings in our nation's capital tonight, thanks in part to Pablo Sandoval's heroics. Will there be more drama in the 10th? A 1-1 tie.
Switching sides.
What kind of mic do you use?
Search and destroy.
Let's go A. Let's go A. Dude, I can't turn around when a guy's shooting at me.
Bomb acquired.
I know.
I kill the guy in
You
front of
even hear
me.
him?
I can't shoot a guy behind me. Even though I hear him, I can't turn around until I shoot the guy in front of me. Every time you say that, there's a guy in front of me. Every time.
Oh, it's turning on.
No, it's called killing the guy and I can still in front of me. That's not losing the message.
You're gonna die.
Yo, this 3v1, the chances of us winning right now. This round anyway.
Okay.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Step up.
It's on some loud ass voice. Doesn't even see me.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
Everyone into blue. We haven't done this against this team. They won't expect it.
Defend the objective.
Watch the flank. One person watch the flank. I got the front.
10th inning, where the place to be on an increasingly chilly night is in front of that tube heater in the Nationals dugout. Now, the deeper we go, the more Mother Nature cools things off. Top of the 10th, and another pitching change for Washington as Tyler Clippard takes over in the 10th inning.
See his numbers. I'm a little surprised. I thought Storm might go out with a day off tomorrow, and looking around, no double switch, and the pitcher's up second. But Clippard has come in to try and keep this game going, and obviously only going to go, by the looks of it, one inning.
Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, and Brandon Crawford here for the Giants. Clippard pitched in last night's opener. Worked his scoreless inning. Boy, in addition to some of the unpredictable offensive shootouts in this postseason, it's been a 2014 postseason defined in part by extra innings baseball. Just ask the Royals and the Angels about that.
Exactly, and when you're the home crowd and the team that's favored, you have that teeter-totter of emotions that start creeping doubt. I talked about it earlier with only a one-run lead. You start thinking all the bad things that can happen, and now they're in that moment right now where they got to have things go 1, 2, 3, no more tension. Try to figure out at home how you're going to get that walk-off hit to feel good about getting on a plane and going to San Francisco. Both teams, that's what they're going to do after this game is over.
3 balls and a strike to the leadoff hitter, Hunter Pence. During the course of the regular season, the Giants had better success in extra innings affairs than did the Nationals. San Francisco 9-4. Washington 8 wins, 9 losses. The 3-2 to Pence is again fouled away. Going to that 9th inning, the Giants had 3 singles tonight. 1 runner in scoring position all night. But that 9th inning with a 2-out walk turned into a game-tying rally as Pence swings and misses for out number 1.
Another high fastball. We've seen that a lot tonight out of national pitchers. Coming into this game, you could say maybe that the Giants were playing on house money. They got the one win that you try to get on the road, and now they really are playing on bonus because they were pretty much dead 2 outs in the ninth.
Brandon Belt 2 for 4 in the opener yesterday. Hitless so far tonight.
There's that ridiculous changeup. Everything looks the same. Fastball comes out the same slot that this changeup does. And because of the grip, it almost acts like a palm ball. It just absolutely disappears. He's attacking his fastball right here, and see where the ball never gets there. He actually swings out of his helmet.
Back-to-back strikeouts for the two-time All-Star. 2 away in the 10th.
See it again. He tried to stay back. You tell yourself as a hitter, okay, stay back, but you don't ever want to get beat on the fastball either. That fastball changeup combination, when it works, makes hitters look more silly than any other pitch.
So now Brandon Crawford, who after a 3-hit opener cooled off tonight. There's not a lot of collective San Francisco success against Tyler Clippard. Both Pence and Belt were hitless in small sample sizes against the Washington right-hander. Brandon Crawford 2 for 4 in his career. He shoots that one foul off the end of the bat.
You just have to guess right against a pitcher like this and location. Look for a ball all over the plate. He hasn't seen anything breaking towards you. It's just basically fastball, straight changeup so far.
It's 2 balls and a strike.
Trevor Hoffman, the other guy that thinks fastball changeups, if you remember how good he was as a closer.
The 2-1 to Crawford. Ball in the corner to make it 2-2. When Washington bats in the bottom of the 10th, it'll be 8-9 then top of the order. Full count now.
These fans have gotten their rotator cuff work of waving those towels tonight, up and down, waving them, trying to continue this quest to get in the Nats win.
Trying to stay warm out there. It has really gotten chilly. Still a full count to Brandon Crawford. Giants bullpen is hot with Santiago Casilla and Jeremy Affeldt. And that guy, Drupal Cabrera, will be leading off the last of the 10th. Ball 4. The rally that tied it in the 9th started with a 2-out walk. A 2-out base on balls issued here in the 10th. So now Travis Ishikawa, who has enjoyed hits in each of the first 2 games of the series. A returnee to the Giants with an opportunity to do something very special. Ishikawa was a member of the Pirates on opening day. Appeared in 15 games in Pittsburgh. He was designated for assignment in the middle of April. signed a minor league deal to return to the Giants in late April, and then spent most of the season at AAA Fresno. This is his second postseason with the big league Giant roster. He was a part of the 2010 team that won the World Series. Out in front, a swing and a miss, 1-1. Part of Bruce Bochy's very young bench is on deck. Andrew Susak in the on-deck circle. Clippers 1-1, misses high, 2 balls and a strike.
In a day and age where it's very difficult to come back, especially if you're trailing after the 7th and 8th inning. The 7th inning and beyond, the Giants have the second best average in baseball, or at least the National League. They just don't give in, and they try everything they do to have the most productive at-bat each guy that steps in the box.
2 balls and 2 strikes now. So looking forward to the bottom of the 10th inning, and again, Clipper trying to get it there, still at 1-1. 8-9 then top of the order, so Cabrera, a pinch hitter, and then Span. Something we talked about last night. Ryan Zimmerman, the all-time franchise leader across the board, available as a bench guy again tonight.
Varying his fastballs and changeups. This trend would make it seem like after going fastball up, he'd want to throw another changeup right here. Some guys can't even look in the stands.
The 2-2. Wrap back to Clippard. A scoreless top of the 10th. Washington still hoping to walk off the Giants. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 1.
Our flag carrier is down. Enemy flag acquired.
They're pulling the flag.
Drop their flag. Be advised, hostiles have returned their flag. Our flag is back at base.
There's one more, but there's 2 over there. One of them is great.
We have the enemy flag.
There's 2 right there. Watch out, watch the grave. I think it's a shot.
Hostile flag returned.
What happens when you have a 3-bar?
That kid knew I was going great. I'm not going that way anymore.
Wow. Enemy flag acquired.
Wow, they're watching.
Our flag carrier is
I don't know why.
Hostile flag returned.
Keep playing defense. You guys are gonna lose, you fucking dumb fucks.
They think they have freaking caps. Oh, there's one kid running, but there's 2 protecting.
A pitcher's duel that reached a finale, or at least a turning point, with 2 out in the 9th. Jordan Zimmerman was brilliant. He was 1 out away from a complete game shutout victory. The Nationals went to the bullpen. The Giants scored a late run, and here we are in the last of the 10th. It has gotten progressively cooler, if not colder, down to 56 degrees here at Nationals Park. The wind has certainly increased the later we get into the night. And in stark contrast to the balmy conditions in Southern California for the Cardinals and Dodgers coming up in a little bit on MLB Network. It is decidedly fall feeling here in the Northeast.
Yeah, concern when the Nats are up, not so much for the fans, but they would like to see this end soon as they're coming up here in the bottom of the 10th. This has been really an incredibly well-played game, and now Jeremy Affeldt is trying to continue the Giants' quest to keep this series in their favor up 2-0 if they can win.
Juan Perez takes over in left field for Travis Ishikawa, and you saw the new Giants pitcher, the veteran left-hander Jeremy Affeldt. So that'll turn the switch hitter as Drupal Cabrera around to the right side as the Nats go to work in the 10th. Cabrera doubled and scored the only Nationals run of the night in the 3rd, one that looked like it was good enough to get out of here with a Game 2 win. That is until the 2-out rally by the Giants in the 9th. Cabrera, then Kevin Franzen, who's on deck, a former Giant who will pinch hit next, and then Denard Span. Affeldt's 2-0, 3 balls and no strikes.
Last thing you want to do, obviously, is walk the leadoff hitter. So finding the strike zone out of the bullpen. He's missed on the first 3. See the wind just blows on the jerseys. Posey, I'm sure, going to set up right down the middle, try to entice this 3-0 pitch. Pretty sure Cabrera does not have the green light here. 3-0.
Jeremy Affeldt pitched last night, faced one batter, and that was Denard Span. Retired him on a ground ball to second. That ended the 7th inning. And again, Span scheduled to hit 3rd here in the 10th inning tonight. 3 balls and a strike. The count to his Drupal Cabrera. Wow. A full count. Cabrera just as frustrated with Vic Carapazza as Bryce Harper was in the 9th, if not more so. Now from 3-0 to a full count now after a controversial strike call to make it 3-2. Got him. Went back up to that same spot, and Cabrera's gone. And Matt Williams might not be far behind.
Well, this is 2 different quadrants that they're probably having a problem with. Matt's going to get it, I'm sure, on behalf of his team. There's a quadrant down that was called against Harper, and then a borderline quadrant up. I thought that last pitch was actually a better pitch, but because Cabrera saw the first one as up, 2 guys end up getting thrown out here.
So as Drupal Cabrera and Matt Williams have been run, both ejected.
Look at the pitch again. You see where he sets up over the middle. It catches the top part of the strike zone. So in that call, probably a lot more accurate. But you knew the frustration of the previous call was going to get Cabrera in trouble, and he got tossed. And then the fact that Matt Williams has to come out and make sure he ensures that Cabrera doesn't do anything to get suspended. The Nationals, of course, are not happy with the whole situation.
And now Bruce Bochy's coming out because Ryan Zimmerman has now been placed into the on-deck circle. And my guess is that Bruce Bochy wants to know if Zimmerman was officially announced or not. Because he doesn't want his left-hander Jeremy Affeldt to face Ryan Zimmerman.
This is this game has taken on some twists. There's only one team really playing a little bit more relaxed, and you can understand with the one-game lead, the Giants not as bothered by things as the Nationals should be. They have to get this game to feel like they have crawled back into the series. Down 2-0 going to San Francisco with Bumgarner on the mound is not an enticing appetite.
So now the umpiring crew all six of them are meeting to discuss whether or not Kevin Franzen was officially announced.
Well, the one thing you've got to do now, Matt Williams has been thrown out. You've got to keep the rest of the guys in the lineup. You cannot allow what has transpired here and maybe even a couple innings ago to affect the rest of your players. You still got to play this game out and attack the strike zone as a hitter and not be concerned about the calls that are made.
Bench coach Randy Knorr will be the acting manager for the rest of this one tonight. And now Bruce Bochy's being informed as to whether or not Franzen was announced, because if he was, he's burned. It's pretty clear that Ryan Zimmerman will bat next. And I would imagine that Bruce Bochy will make a pitching change if that's the case. He just wants to know exactly who's available on the National side now. Our guess is that Vic Carapazza, the home plate umpire, pointed Franzen to the scorer's box. The PA never announced it, so we don't have clarification if Franzen was burned or not. It will be Ryan Zimmerman to bat, and it appears he'll face Jeremy Affeldt. Zimmerman had a pinch-hitting opportunity last night and flied out. First offering a big curveball that misses.
Well, you know that's going to be the play the rest of the night. Anything questionable, this crowd is going to let the umpire hear it.
It was a difficult regular season for Ryan Zimmerman based on two troubling stints on the DL. Another breaking ball that misses, and another sarcastic round of applause from the fans.
And here's the deal. It was 3-0, so you know you're taking 3-1. The 3-1 pitch changes the at-bat. That's why Cabrera got so upset. He thought that was a ball. You still have a strike. You still feel like you can get a hit. And another pitch in the same area. That's what led us to the little temporary chaos.
The 2-0 to Zimmerman. 3 balls and no strikes now.
So maybe Affeldt thinks this is the key to success. Roll him to sleep in a 3-0 count and work your way back. Not in this moment it isn't. Not with a guy like Zimmerman at the plate. He may have the green light.
One out, base is empty, last of the 10th. The 3-0 is in for a strike. Asdrubal Cabrera has been ejected. Matt Williams has been ejected. Randy Knorr takes the managerial duties for the rest of this one. And just to clarify, it is our understanding that Kevin Franzen was never announced, so he was not burned and is still eligible in this game. And the longer you go, the bigger a deal that kind of thing is. The 3-1. Zimmerman lines it into left. The winning run on base with 1 out in the 10th. Zimmerman, after the pinch hit single, will be replaced by Danny Espinosa, who will no doubt stay in the ballgame to play second base in the absence of his Rubel Cabrera.
Yeah, that way you don't burn two players actually for one role, so he will go in and serve as a replacement for not only Zimmerman but Cabrera.
So now Denard Span. Again, Span was the only batter Affelt faced last night and grounded out to second base.
Even that, you feel like all you got to do is get Rendon up to the plate. 4 for 4.
Well, the Nationals would certainly love to have not only a hot Anthony Rendon, but a right-handed anybody against Jeremy Affelt. By the way, the last time a player and manager were both ejected from the same postseason game, the 2005 NLCS, when Jim Edmonds and Tony La Russa were both run. And a strike to Span to put him behind 0-2.
Well, with the new system and replays, of course, you're not going to have anybody get thrown out over those because you can take a look at them unless the manager comes out after a decision has been made. So it leaves you really for strikes and balls and where you think they should or shouldn't have been.
The Cardinals would end up losing that NLCS, of course, to the Houston Astros, setting up Houston's lone World Series appearance that year. Go in the 0-2. Hit the ball, win a stake. A ball and 2 strikes now to Denard Span.
See a breaking ball just slip out of his hand. Windier conditions now, getting a little cooler. Trash flying around in front of him. Posey trying to catch the chicken, if you will.
You know, this is as involved as the crowd's been in 2 games of this series so far.
Desperate. They are desperate, as they should be, for their hometown team to take the lead. And if they take the lead this time, they don't have to worry about holding it.
You know, the frustrations with the strike zone, Cabrera being ejected, Matt Williams being ejected. There's nobody sitting for the most part here. Aside from the well-heeled folks behind the plate. Span bounces it to second. Panic to Crawford for 1, the double play. Jeremy Affelt rolls the big ground ball to get them both and send this one to the 11th.
That was not planned out. Ooh, you stealing?
Oh, did you see that? Oh, wow, that was fake right there. Probably should have just.
What the hell are you doing? I wasn't gonna knife you, I was gonna tomahawk you.
My tomahawk.
it's gonna end. I'm not gonna trick shot. There's a timeline.
On just the one pitch to his Asdrubal Cabrera that led to his ejection. We'll take you back to Bryce Harper's at bat and his frustrations. And Bryce got away with a little bit of something there. Cabrera was not so fortunate. Harper frustrated earlier, and Cabrera finally erupted after that called strike 3. He was run immediately. Then Matt Williams went. And it's the second-year umpire, Vic Carapazza, who is right in the midst of that controversy. But as some of our technology confirmed,
yeah, it's not that bad of pitches. What happens is when a glove is sitting on the outside part of the plate and he reaches over to catch it, that's what the hitter sees. And even though it crossed the plate, normally a lot of umpires may not give that credit to the strike. Down in the zone, up in the zone, those are the two quadrants that hitters are going to say, hey, I'll give you one of them. You can't have both of them. And I think overall he's done a great job behind the plate.
The new pitcher for the Nationals is veteran left-hander Matt Thornton. And he'll take over here in the top of the 11th.
And the other thing to put a bow on it, Matty, is when a pitcher's gone 3-0 and he's missed a couple times, you usually don't get the benefit of a doubt of a close one on 3-1. And that close pitch on 3-1 changed the at-bat for Asdrubal Cabrera.
Juan Perez followed by Gregor Blanco and Joe Panik. And it's now 3 balls and no strikes to Perez, making his first plate appearance tonight. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk starts the 11th. For a look ahead at what's still to come on Fox Sports 1, let's turn it to Chris Myers at the Fox Sports 1 studios. That filed into the don't judge a book by its cover as Gregor Blanco is punting. Rendon throws him out at first despite the headfirst slide. The sacrifice works as Perez moves into scoring position with 1 away.
This game has been so eerily similar to the Angels and the Royals. You think about the first game, close game, the Royals win. Then the second game, they go into extra innings. What was it, 12th inning? Somewhere about there, and the Royals come away with a 4-1 victory, and they win home up 2-0. What you're hoping to avoid for the Nationals, obviously, is that same scenario playing out for San Francisco, the other wild card team that got in on the 1-game playoff.
So a 1-out runner in scoring position. The go-ahead run at second base for rookie second baseman Joe Panik, who started the 2-out rally in the top of the 9th. His base on balls set up Buster Posey's single, and then Pablo Sandoval's RBI double that tied it and got us to this point. First pitch, and Panik pops it up. 2 away.
Now you got a dilemma here if you're the Nats. You pitch to Posey with a base open, or the Panda, who had delivered a big 2-out hit. Both of these guys came up with 2 big 2-out hits in the 9th. And I think you got to walk them, in my opinion, just to secure your odds and make Sandoval turn around, bat right-handed.
Yeah, and I think acting manager Randy Knorr agrees with you. The intentional walk will be issued to Posey. By the way, with the quick action this inning, we didn't get to Danny Espinosa, who, as we guessed, has taken over at second base in the absence of Asdrubal Cabrera. He pinch ran last half inning. Veteran switch hitter in there for the duration. So it'll come down to Pablo Sandoval. And that RBI double again extended his postseason hitting streak to 13 straight. As John mentions, he'll turn around and bat right-handed against Thornton. He has had his troubles from the right side of the plate this year in particular. And here we go. So it's Sandoval after the intentional walk. His batting average against Southpaws this year, and that is with his batting from the right side of the plate, just 199, as compared to 317 when he turns around and bats left. 0-1. When this game goes to the bottom of the 11th, Washington has Rendon, Worth, and LaRoche. The 2-3-4 part of their order. And it's 0-2 to Sandoval. Pablo Sandoval really regressed as a right-handed hitter this year. Splits had always found him better from the left side, but never in such a dramatic difference as this year. Here you see it, just a $199 batting right-handed, and all the other numbers on base, slugging down as well. It's after a 3-year period in which he hit .283 from the right side of the plate. Perez and Posey aboard with 2 gone. A ball and 2 strikes to Pablo Sandoval. Got him. Matt Thornton pitches around a couple of walks, and the Nationals are set up for a walk-off win again in the 11th.
Making it so I can spawn back here from one way. So, get out of there.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
I'm done. That is not a regular sniper. Hey. My house right here. You don't come in or you'll die.
And 2 big swings of the bat. Anthony Rendon's 3rd inning RBI single gave the Nationals a lead, one they enjoyed until there were 2 away in the 9th. And that's when this big swing evened it up for San Francisco. Giants tried to take a lead, sending Buster Posey. That would have been the go-ahead run. He was thrown out of the plate on a very close play, one that was reviewed and upheld. And then there's the starting pitching component of this thing. Jordan Zimmerman was brilliant, 8 2/3. Tim Hudson, terrific. 7 1/3, a career-high postseason punch-out total for him of 8. Pablo Sandoval's game-tying RBI double runs the postseason hitting streak to 13 straight, creeping up on tying a National League record. So here we are in the last of the 11th. Anthony Rendon, Jason Worth, and Adam LaRoche against the new pitcher. The Giants turn it over to their closer, right-hander Santiago Casilla.
And the reason they're doing that is this is the heart of the order. Normally you keep your closer for when you take the lead, but especially on the road, but they figure that this chance of scoring right here for the Nationals is their best. They're going to go with their closer.
First offering to Rendon is in for a strike. Anthony Rendon has not been guilty of recording an out tonight. 4 for 4. 4 singles, an RBI, and a stolen base. Casilla worked last night and earned the save in the Giants' 3-2 victory in Game 1. Worked a clean night. Veteran right-hander who started the year as a setup man and then was inserted into the closer's role when Sergio Romo had his June troubles. 2 balls and a strike down to Rendon.
As we mentioned yesterday, he has many different weapons to get you out. A live arm, one they're hoping that can get these 3 outs to give him another chance to extend the game.
So 3 balls and a strike. By the way, the last 5-hit game in the postseason was Albert Pujols' memorable Game 3 of the 2011 World Series in Arlington, Texas. 3 home runs among his 5 hits that night. Rendon sitting on a 4 for 4 and on top here, 3 balls and a strike. Full count now.
It's a good pitch to hit right there, 3-1. He had a chance to drive that ball and just pulled it foul. Now lately we've seen more 3-2, 3-1 counts than we did the entire 8 innings that were being played by the 2 starters who were on a roll. And a lot more anxious moments, of course.
Three balls and 2 strikes to Anthony Rendon. Got him on the corner. You know, nobody in the stands wearing red likes that call, of course, but say this for the home plate umpire, Vic Carpazza. He's been consistent with that all night. Tim Hudson got it. Jordan Zimmerman got it to a lesser degree because he didn't work out there as often as Hudson did. But here Santiago gets the call, and the strikeout starts the home 11th. Here is Jason Worth now. Worth has been held hitless tonight so far and takes strike 1.
Well, the bottom line is a lot of close pitches on key counts where the hitter has not chosen to swing and the result has been a strikeout. That's where the frustration lies for the hitters, because they feel, based on their recognition of the strike zone, great pitches by the pitchers, but they think it's outside and not a strike. And that's on decision counts. That's not a 2-0, 2-1. Those are caught looking.
Worth sends a drive into right center field. One that hangs for Blanco. He gets under it to make the catch. And look, I get the frustration. I get the frustration of the fans. You understand Asdrubal Cabrera's frustration. Bryce Harper. There is so much on the line here. The risk of going back to San Francisco down 0-2. A game that the Nationals felt they had won, and why wouldn't they? 1 out away from squirting out here with a 1-0 win.
Yeah, no doubt. And that frustration is just going to mount. I think if you don't have a chance to take advantage of some 3-1, 2-0, which they've had lately, they just haven't taken advantage of it offensively with their swings. They've allowed it to get deep.
A ball and no strikes to Adam LaRoche, who, like Worth, has been held hitless so far tonight.
There you saw a little reaction out of Casilla. That was a really good first pitch that he had been seen called before and stepped off to gather his thoughts and emotions after the pitch was called a ball. Again, they got the shift on, and this is with nobody on. You can take your third baseman and play him more straightaway shortstop. Take your shortstop and play him a little bit more up the middle. And then take your second baseman and make another outfielder out of him.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Adam LaRoche. He and Desmond waits on deck with 2 away. Sharply hit. That's the shortstop Crawford on the other side of the second base bag, and that realigned infield works to the tune of a 1-2-3, last of the 11th.
We've taken a lead.
And welcome back to Fox Sports 1 coverage of Game 2 of the National League Division Series. The Giants and Nationals all tied at 1 apiece as we start the top half of the 12th with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. A game that the Nationals thought they had in hand. A starter that was dominating, on top 1-0. Through 8 2/3, it looked like the Nationals were going to make this a best 2 out of 3 and send it back to San Francisco at 1 game apiece. The Giants had other ideas, scoring the tying run with 2 out in the 9th. And we have stayed there ever since. Top half of the 12th. Hunter Pence leads things off. Pence, Belt, and Crawford against a new pitcher on the mound for Washington. Their fourth reliever of the game is rookie right-hander Aaron Barrett. Made 50 appearances during the regular season. A perfect 3-0 in the decisions. And a very good ERA of 2.66.
Quick arm action. Drops it a little bit. Timing very important. Slider, fastball, sink on his fastball. See that little drop of the arm from the backside and that timing of getting his hand in the right position. Could lead to some issues. They're hoping it's not right now. Throwing strikes.
Pence had a base hit yesterday in the opener, has a single tonight, and is in front 2 balls and no strikes. Hunter Pence ended the regular season just 1 for his last 26. His cool start, or cool finish rather, was one of the few things that went wrong for the Giants down the stretch drive. 3-0 now.
Again, we've seen this from every reliever pretty much that has come in the game. First batter struggling to throw some strikes, adapting to the mound and the wind and all that, and then getting their bearings and battling back in the strike zone after being behind and giving the hitter the advantage and luxury of really condensing it down to fastballs.
Three balls and a strike. Rookie right-hander Aaron Barrett in the biggest spot of his brief major league career to date. Trying to hold things for the last of the 12th as Pence sends a drive out to deep center field. Span on the move. He'll play it off the wall. Pence into second with a leadoff double.
I'll amaze every fundamentalist that tries to look at how he swings and hits the ball. Looks a little off balance, but the power and the extension that he has, this ball has a lot of carry, and Span, who can cover just about the whole ground in center field, can't catch up to it, and a leadoff double. And that's what happens when you get it down to a 3-0 and 3-1 count.
So with a couple of left-handers due up, go ahead run aboard, a pitching change in the 12th.
Check your timeline. Oh my God.
Scoring position and nobody out, and he'll take his swings against a new pitcher for the Nationals their last available left-hander without going into the ranks of starters like Gio Gonzalez is Jerry Blevins, who worked yesterday as well. And we've reached a pretty interesting time in this one here in the extra innings, top of the 12th. Because after Blevins, there are limited options for the Nationals out of the bullpen.
You might have to think about a starter or two, and I'm sure they're already being informed and getting loose and getting ready just in case.
Brandon Belt and Jerry Blevins have met once. The result of that was a home run. They've now met twice. Add a ground ball to second to it, but a very productive out as Pence moves to third now with one away.
Yeah, and that is the most productive way. A professional at bat there. He had to pull the ball to, if nothing else, get the runner over to third. Give Crawford a chance. The infield's going to be drawn in. Give him a chance to drive in this run with a runner on third, less than 2 outs. Great job.
So now it'll be up to Brandon Crawford, and the infield comes in for the Nationals.
Got to be aggressive outside the strike zone. You got to try to get him to swing aggressively. There's a base open. You don't have to give in to Crawford here.
A strike to Brandon Crawford.
Paying away. That's a good job just establishing the fastball. Now you can start sweeping some breaking balls. See if you can get him to chase.
As we mentioned, the infield is in for the Nationals.
Right here, you're thinking strikeout the whole way. You're trying to eliminate contact. And if you do get contact somehow, some way on the ground.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Jerry Blevins is murder on left-handed batters. Limited them to just a 160 batting average during the season. So with Belt and Crawford here and the game hanging in the balance, you certainly understand the pitching change. Trying to strand Pence with one away. The 0-2. A ball and 2 strikes now to Crawford. Andrew Susac waits on deck, and he has been there before tonight.
He's starting those breaking balls a little too close to the inside part of the plate. Got to get it away, sweep it away, see if you can get Crawford, who already recognized the fastball, away from you. Get that catcher out more towards the right-hand batter's box if you're going to get that curveball away from damage.
A 1-out runner at third, a ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Crawford. Little pop to shortstop. Desmond retreats on it. There are 2 away.
That was pretty much a perfect pitch. You're looking for no contact, but if you get contact, it's got to be weak. Now another 2-out situation with a runner on third.
So now Andrew Susac, the second of 2 catchers that Bruce Bochy is carrying on his Division Series roster. Good numbers down the stretch for Susac, and his ability to handle duties at the major league level gave the Giants all kinds of flexibility regarding Posey. They could rest him down the stretch. They could play him at first base down the stretch on occasion, which they did. Susac off the end of the bat, little cue shot to first base. Jerry Blevins gets the Nationals out of trouble in the 12th. To the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 1.
Destroy the objectives. We got
I'm looking through the cracks shooting at you. That's how I was looking. I saw him. I'm like, oh, there it is. Watch our flank, yeah.
Yeah, we want to watch the flank. don't kill him. Don't kill him. The last one, don't kill him. Oh.
That kid flamed us, dude.
Yeah, he did.
They weren't watching our flame.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Hey, guys, when I say watch the flame, please watch the flame. As one person been watching flame, they wouldn't have been able to do that. You need one person watch the flame. Everybody can't just be going into that top building. One person got to watch flame.
Switching sides.
If you go to that top building, you can watch flame from there.
Search and destroy.
Across the building, they're not watching the flame.
Defend the
Watch the
objectives.
flame, please.
That's why there's two windows. There's a window on the right side. And if you look through that window, they're coming in.
On your feet!
Yeah.
Good job. Get ready for the next round.
Got this fellow right here. Bounces back.
High stakes emotions in D.C. tonight. And a 1-1 tie hanging in the balance, bottom half of the 12th. Back from Nationals Park with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. To the bottom of the 12th we go. Ian Desmond to lead things off for the home team. And a new pitcher on the mound for San Francisco. Their sixth reliever of the ballgame. 29-year-old right-hander Yusmeiro Petit, a major league record holder. One he established earlier this year when he retired 46 consecutive hitters. Will take over on the mound here in the 12th.
Yeah, he has been so invaluable for this team. He can do whatever you want. And right now they're needing him to provide some innings. I think the best way to describe him and the way he pitches, he doesn't light up the radar gun, but he has that invisible. He just keeps it away from the hitter's sweet spot. He'll break it with some curveballs and sliders, fastball. Again, not going to wow you, but he puts it more times than not where he wants.
Ian Desmond leads it off for the Nationals. Desmond, Harper, and Ramos, 5, 6, 7 for Washington. As we alluded to in the top of the inning, John, with some of these pitching moves that are being made late, deep into the extra innings portion of the night, we start to get a little clarity as to who may or may not be available to start moving on in the series. We know Game 3 is Doug Fister and Madison Bumgarner, but no starters beyond that have been announced. So now with Petit pitching in relief tonight, and he was thought to be a candidate for Game 4, it appears more and more likely that Ryan Vogelsong will get the ball in that assignment.
Yeah, it sure does appear that way, but as a manager, when you're in these games, you do whatever you have to extend these games and win this game. This game winning for the Giants is so vitally important that it sets them up to do whatever they want to do, having Bumgarner pitch Game 3. On the flip side, for the Nationals, what's been so successful in their starting rotation, the depth of it, in a 5-game series, they have the best on paper matchup because their starters are so good. But if they don't go to San Francisco 1-1, that may not matter.
Gio Gonzalez waiting to see if he'll get the ball in a starter's capacity in this series. The thought is yes. And there's ball 4. The winning runs aboard to start the home 12. You know, if this goes longer, there are 2 relievers still available to Randy Knorr, as he's got Craig Stammen and Rafael Soriano available, but he may well choose to go to a Gio Gonzalez or a Tanner Roark if we keep going tonight. So this gets dicier the longer we go tonight.
It does, and seeing Gio in dugout, I think that's what we saw.
Yeah.
I think he's two innings away from that even being a thought, I would think, based on the 2 guys that are left, but anything's possible. We've seen it already. This postseason couldn't have started with more drama.
Bryce Harper now. 0 for 4 tonight. It's been a frustrating night for Harper. Winning run on base to start the 12th. And Petit having a little trouble locating early on.
Well, so far every reliever really has come into the game and they've struggled in the first batter that I can remember throwing strikes. We saw a leadoff double last inning. That run didn't score. He struggled. 3-0, got to 3-1, and Pence hit the double. And Petit has fallen right into that category. We're struggling to throw strikes early and having to work his way back into hitter counts.
It's almost difficult to remember, as that throw by Petit almost went bad. It's almost difficult to remember early on tonight, John, the pace that was established between Tim Hudson and Jordan Zimmerman. I mean, we were swimming right along. Quick outs, ground balls against Hudson, and very quick outs against Zimmerman.
Yeah, it was not a record pace, but pretty close.
A nearly 4-hour game one yesterday, and we are past 4 hours in extra innings tonight. And the deliberate pace of this understandable with so much on the line. The Giants are playing with house money at this point. For the Nationals, trying to avoid an 0-2 deficit with the series headed back to San Francisco on Monday. For Bryce Harper, by the way, in his brief major league career, he owns 3 career walk-off hits. 2 of those are home runs.
One of those was in that stretch where they had 5 walk-off hits in their 10-game winning streak. Consecutive back-to-back nights, at least they had that feat pulled off.
The 1-1 to Harper. A high drive to center field. Blanco is under it to make the catch. Desmond tags up. Throw to second is not in time. Winning run in scoring position with 1 away.
With the wind tonight, anything that's hit on a line has had carry. Anything up in the air, that wind has knocked it down a little bit. But great base running, knowing that this throw is going to come from dead center field. Harper at the time thinks he may have got it, and then realizes the wind's got it. Wants to break his bat. Doesn't do it. But nonetheless, another player in scoring position in extra innings.
The batter will be catcher Wilson Ramos, who has a single on his line tonight, in addition to a couple of strikeouts, one most recently against a series of Sergio Romo sliders that were vintage 2012.
Ramos has struggled with pitches away out over the plate. Really been reaching for those pitches. A mistake in is where he probably will have a chance to drive the ball and get a hit. But anything away, he has not shown yet the ability to make that adjustment.
Ramos, like Harper before him, has 3 career walk-off hits to his credit. The Giants bullpen is busy with Tim Lincecum up in relief. Lincecum has been such a terrific relief choice for Bruce Bochy in recent postseason success. I mean, you got a 2-time Cy Young Award winner down there. And though Lincecum had his shares of ups and downs during the regular season, the Giants to a man in the fall seem to be a different unit.
Tim does not have quite the fastball velocity and stuff he once had, but he learned how to condense it out of the pen. Some huge outs and innings in those postseason games.
A ball and a strike to Wilson Ramos. The pitcher spot due up next. Nate Schierholtz, the ex-Giant, who came in with a big pinch hit double in Game 1, would bat for the pitcher. Again, that was the spot once occupied by Asdrubal Cabrera, who, along with Matt Williams, was ejected from the game earlier tonight. One and two.
That's the pitch right there. Put a little map of those pitches away that he has not been able to. Open stance, he closes up but can't get himself out over that plate and balance to go the other way. Trying to pull the ball on those pitches won't work.
Ramos able to hold up. Wilson Ramos has a wide open stance, John, one that, at least to the outsiders, would look vulnerable to the kind of slider attack that Sergio Romo got him out with in his last plate appearance.
Yeah, that was a setup pitch. They slowed him down with off speed and tried to speed him up with a fastball, thinking that he was thinking off speed. And you could see he wanted to go after it and check his swing. They really could go right back out there with the breaking ball off the plate in this 2-2 count.
They tried it but missed, and it's a full count now, 3-2.
More than likely, same pitch going to be try to make it closer to look like a strike on 3-2. You throw a breaking ball, even if you walk them, you set up the double play ball. Anything to avoid contact to his strength inside part of the plate.
Winning run at second. And again, Petit looking it back. There's nobody there to cover a throw, by the way. That's just Petit looking Desmond back into the bag. And on none of those looks did either Crawford or Panic move to cover a would-be throw. The 3-2. Got him swinging.
With the cutter away. Tight little cutter on the outside part of the plate. Just not much movement, but you see it cut to the outside. That portion has given him trouble all night.
Well, again, it's Nate Schierholtz to pinch hit as Buster Posey comes out to chat with Petit. And Nate Schierholtz was really the final piece to the puzzle for the Nationals. Signed a minor league deal with Washington August 18th. Spent most of the season as a Cub. Bruce Bochy wants to make sure everybody's on the same page with a very familiar player. Schierholtz has 2 World Series rings at home from his days as a Giant. A career .272 pinch hitter, and the Giants aren't going to take any chances with him. That's going to set up Danny Espinosa.
Definitely be pretty ironic if Espinosa get a chance to win the game after his teammate gets thrown out. There's a scoring position average, not very good, 139. And with 2 outs, even worse at .065. So statistically, even though He's an aggressive hitter. He will swing and miss. Hits 241 off the right-handers, so he's in a big pinch-hitting situation. Already talked about the Nats' pinch-hitting average is not very good, last in all of baseball, but they were able to get 5 game-winning hits and hit some home runs as the pinch hitters coming off the bench. Nothing would be bigger for this young man. He doesn't care if it's a bloop or a blast, something that'll get the winning run to home plate.
Espinosa from the left side of the plate. And that's the side of the plate he hit from yesterday when he recorded the final out of the game off Santiago Casilla. A ball and no strikes. Danny Espinosa had been the incumbent starter at second base until injuries derailed him in 2013. Got into only 44 games last year. Played a lot more consistently this season, and in fact got off to a really hot start in 2014. One and one to him. Lost a lot of playing time after the acquisition of Asdrubal Cabrera, and has been used as a bench guy for much of the second half of the season.
He does have some power, but power is not the key right now. Trying to find a way to make contact, put pressure on the defense, maybe get a base hit, put pressure on the outfielders. The good news for the Nats, 2 outs, you're going to get a huge jump on the swing.
Line to shortstop, and we're going to go to the 13th inning tonight. 2 left stranded, still tied 1 apiece.
She's gonna have to wait. Kira took her spot, and Kira ain't gonna give it up. Another girl wants your spot, Kira. Don't give it up. Don't give it up, girl. Don't do it. Everybody ready? Alright, Kira, back out and bite me.
Easy.
Oh, wait. Don't
That's
back out.
all.
Don't back out yet. Let me make the team look good.
That's a kid blast.
Yeah. Kira. You're nice. I kick your butt. Actually, we already have a team for this team. We already played together.
All of us?
Yeah, according, I already have a team for us. Oh, no, I don't.
Go on.
What?
That's what I said. Never played with League champion.
Forgot I had to go into it to make the team. I was trying to make the team. I'm like, why can't I make it?
Funny. Oh my god.
Where are you going, Acid?
Ooh. That's sad.
Fuck the Acid goes. Well, I guess we are gonna pick it up.
Two. They're gonna be 2-2. He said he'll be back in like half an hour.
No, that was 8.
Yeah.
SK.
I know.
Yeah, I'm talking about Acid. Acid just got off.
Yeah, why do you leave?
Yeah, I don't know, yo. Can't read minds.
Yeah. I'm gonna copy your play.
We're gonna go 3, man.
In the air quite a while ago. What we thought we knew about these postseason teams turns out we don't know a whole lot. And we thought that the Nationals were on the way back to San Francisco, having tied this series at 1 apiece. They were on top 1-0 with 2 out in the 9th. Jordan Zimmerman in nothing but control. Craig Stammen is the new pitcher for the Nationals, and his first pitch to Juan Perez glances off his glove right over to the new second baseman. as Danny Espinosa gets it over to LaRoche for route number 1. Stammen made 49 appearances during the regular season. Appeared in yesterday's opener as well. Formerly a swingman with some starts on his career bio. He's had a lot more success out of the Nationals bullpen, but is capable of more than just one inning of relief, something that's more and more important all the time tonight.
Yeah, he sure is. And I think, again, for the Nationals, as this tension of teeter-totter emotion keeps going, you want quick outs and easy outs. You don't need any more make it on the offensive end pressure for San Francisco.
Gregor Blanco is hitless tonight. Both teams have had opportunities in the extra innings. The Giants in the 12th got the leadoff double from Hunter Pence, only to be turned away. The Nationals in their half of the 12th, the leadoff walk. Runners at first and second with 2 gone, and the Giants turned them away. Breaking ball misses, and it's 2-1.
Stammen, of course, we talked about his funky mechanics and how he leads that shoulder or dips it down. But he's got some pretty good stuff and makes the adjustments to put himself in the best position to throw a pitch.
Two-1 to Blanco, fouled away. You know, we talk about this number in terms of the Giants' postseason history only because there's more there. But the longest games in Giants' postseason history, Game 3 of the 2000 National League Division Series against the Mets, that went 13. Bonds Kent and company back then, Rich Aurelia. Tonight's a 13-inning affair. And each of those longer than the previous long. That's out to Span for route number 2. The previous long being the first game of the 1924 World Series, John Smoltz, that went 12 innings. And what a night it was.
24?
Back in 24. Remember that one?
I'm having trouble pulling that up in the Rolodex.
You and me both. It's a bad time to lose your internet connection. So here's Joe Panik now, who's 2-out walk in the 9th. Started the game-tying rally. And we are still locked up in that 1-1 score.
They pitched him pretty good. You haven't seen this many awkward swings out of him. This now being the 3rd game, so he is human after all. 5 hits his first 2 games and seemed locked in on every pitch. But up until this point, goose egg.
Nationals have the top of the order in the bottom of the 13th inning. Span, Rendon, and Worth. By the way, that 1924 World Series was the Senators, the Washington Senators, the New York Giants. And the long game we talked about 90 years ago came 90 years ago to the day.
Come on, you can't make this stuff up, can you?
I could, but I didn't.
You didn't.
In this case. I mean, I would normally, but it's the postseason and all. Three balls and a strike.
A guy that's not known for much power. Short stroke. Hit some balls to straightaway center yesterday. If he gets the pitch he likes, I got to think he's thinking about it here, maybe. Something with 2 outs to try and drive.
He took a rip on 3-1. A full count now, 3-2. Buster Posey waiting on deck. A well-earned day off in the series tomorrow, one that both teams will use to travel to San Francisco.
Short little flight there. Should get in 3 or 4 in the morning.
Little puddle jumper. And the Nationals got to the ballpark today with their bags packed. And Panik slaps it out to shortstop for Desmond. Another chance for the Nationals to walk off the Giants to the bottom of the 13th. Top of the order, still tied at 1.
New team.
Yeah, they have 8K.
But still you.
Kira's giving me a kiss, so that's okay.
Can I have one? Psych?
Yeah, Alex,
Maybe you too young.
yeah,
Oh, shit.
We wrecked the gold team.
I think it was them. Oh, no, it was them. Oh, no, they look so good. Psych.
Yeah.
We'll find out, though. We were getting beat by bronze. Oh, they've all been bronze, master rank, bronze 1. One's been gold, 130. 100. This is trying to give him a
Possibly gold from freaking like 18 ago.
man, they got full green bars. We got 2s and red bars. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
Not much for professors. They're not gonna mess it up.
Hardpoint identified.
Keep thinking, though.
EMP.
Hostiles has a hardpoint.
Damn it!
Hardpoint is ours.
They flipped bombs on me. Yep. We're going out.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
God, they fucking got me in the back, those bitches.
Funky blue. How are they behind me?
Bro.
What kind of spawns are these?
Badly. Spawns are switching like mad.
Fresh game 2 of that series tomorrow on TBS. Orioles and Tigers, Angels and Royals. That's the doubleheader with 2-0 elimination games at both venues. Here tonight, I'd have a hard time believing any of that can match the drama we've seen here. An RBI single by Anthony Rendon gave the Nationals a 1-0 lead that they enjoyed until there were 2 out in the ninth. That's when Pablo Sandoval's game-time double sent us to extra innings. Buster Posey nearly scoring what would have been the go-ahead run. And after a review, the call was upheld. It was tied 1-1 then. It's tied 1-1 now. Bottom of the 13th for the top of the Nationals order. There have been 2 ejections in this game, as Drupal Cabrera and Matt Williams both ejected. Yusmeiro Petit continues in his 2nd inning of relief. And a bouncer that's a fair ball, playable for Belt, 1 gone.
Can you imagine? And I'm going to say that chances are this is going to happen. That if that was the time run, then that review had to be looked at. The drama, and the fans.
The difference between a win or not. Yeah, as it turned out, that didn't win the game for the Giants.
No, but it certainly was a unique way to get that suspense.
There's no doubt. 1 gone for Anthony Rendon, who was not responsible for making it out until the bottom of the 11th tonight. 4 for his first 4. Exactly half of Washington's hit total this evening.
Trying to just keep these hitters off balance, mixing up his pitches, fastball, cutter, a little bit of breaking ball. Imagine, if you will, the hitters are looking at these pitches with somewhat of a radar gun, and he's trying to change the look, not up and down, but soft and hard.
2 balls and a strike.
Saw early on Zimmerman just said, here, I ain't going to do nothing but just keep riding you fastballs, throw a couple up, change the eye level of the hitters, and he kept the Giants off balance. with just pure aggression of the fastball. Everybody else that doesn't have that fastball has to use a different way to get the hitter off it.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Anthony Rendon now. You know, Yusmeiro Petit, as we mentioned, a swingman this year, made 12 starts for the Giants. So in as much as Tim Lincecum was up earlier, I think Bruce Bochy and Dave Righetti are more than comfortable with letting Yusmeiro Petit go at it for multiple innings tonight. Boy, in a best of 5, you just never did tonight. And a full countdown, 3-2. Jason Worth waiting on deck for Washington.
Well, the Giants have so much more luxury than the Nationals do, and to take chances and roll the dice, if you will, being up game 1, and so they can let Petit go as long as they they need him to.
He pitched around a couple of walks in the 12th. Is 3-2 with 1 away here to Rendon. Is hit in the air out to shallow right. It's actually Panic at second that makes the catch just outside the cutout. And there are 2 gone. The only walk-off hit in Nationals postseason history came courtesy of Jason Worth. Game 4 of the 2012 Division Series against the Cardinals. A home run to win it.
I'm going to say similar scene. If he's able to do that, that would be an exhausting, exhilarating way to end a night where emotions have been right at the edge of their seat.
And it would be a redeeming moment for Jason tonight, who's endured an 0 for 5 so far. 0 for 7 thus far in the series. Worth sends that one into the gap, a base hit. So it's a big turnaround first. And the winning run is on base once again for the Nationals.
Right out of the box, he was very aggressive in case there was a bobble or anything that would have given him a chance to go to second base. And he comes around the base and slides into midway between first and second to slow himself down. You see right here, just in case, and then,
So Adam LaRoche also hitless so far tonight through his first 5 plate appearances. Winning run at first with 2 gone. And just in case Worth is thinking about moving up 90 feet. Jason stole 9 bases in 10 attempts during the regular season. Not a lot of head-to-head experience between LaRoche and Petit. 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Another check-in.
Well, we've documented the shift on the infield. The outfield's going to play deep, try to prevent doubles. Pretty straight away, because in the air, he's not the same hitter as he would be on the ground. So they're trying to prevent anything to get between the outfielders, which inevitably would score the run with Worth's speed. One area that could cause problems, even though there's decent speed in the outfield, is because Sandoval's so far off the bag at third. Something off the end of the bat down that way could cause problems for the Giants.
A ball and no strikes, the count to Adam LaRoche. The Nationals' leading RBI man. Their leading home run threat, 26 during the regular season. Be happy with the ball in the gap here with Worth and good speed at first. A ball and a strike. LaRoche behind 1-2.
The Giants haven't had many scoring opportunities, but they cashed in on the most important one in the 9th inning with 2 outs, nobody on, and rallied to tie the game. Almost took the lead with the slide at home. But then they had a runner on third with 1 out, and the Nationals pitched themselves out of that inning. That's been pretty much it as far as great scoring opportunities for either team.
And we'll go to an additional extra inning tonight, to the 14th, where the Giants have the middle of the order. Posey, Sandoval, and Pence still tied 1-1.
I got boxes. Boxes, 2 boxes. They raced over there. Holy crap. You guys won, didn't I? Got my mic. What kid? Oh, no, that's not what kid flag.
Watch boxes.
Come on, boxes.
Don't you guys shield class universe?
Got my house from my lightning. No, I took the shield off. Damn it! I accidentally called my lightning in, so I don't know where they're at.
One's going, 2-1 going to gas station left.
I got him. Hold on. Top train. He's hurt. Come on, grab that. Right in front of you. You got it. Shut up.
Our flag has been taken.
Hold it back, Ollie.
We have enemy flag.
I'm EMP.
Use some of those streaks, chaotic.
I'm EMP. Can't use crap. Okay, no, I'm not.
Hey, he's gonna get it. You guys gotta get the flag once you get some.
They dropped our flag.
Alright, get it. Hey, one point. Oh, I saved your ass, chaotic.
We've captured the enemy flag.
One flag.
Kansas City American League wildcard matchup that pitted 2 of the best starters in the circuit, John Lester and James Shields. And the net result was 17 combined runs. Yesterday in Los Angeles, Adam Wainwright and Clayton Kershaw, 19 runs. And here we are tonight in D.C., deep into both teams' respective bullpens, and still sitting on a 1-1 tie. Craig Stammen continues. He'll get the meat of the Giants' order. Posey, Sandoval, and Pence. You'd have a hard time explaining to somebody that had never seen baseball before that it's actually the same game. A day after, it seemed like nobody could get anybody out in Los Angeles. An unbelievable Cardinals-Dodgers game yesterday. Pitching has ruled the night tonight in D.C. Buster Posey has a pair of singles tonight, including a very big single in the 9th that was a part of that run-scoring rally to tie it at 1.
Yeah, a big inning here is like getting 2 hits in 1 inning. It's considered a big inning the way this game has gone. And yet, to your point, Cardinals, I think, scored 8 runs.
An 8-run inning. Yeah. Man. Sandoval had the game-tying hit in the 9th. Lined into left. A base hit and maybe more. Posey takes the turn and is satisfied with a leadoff single here in the 14th.
3-0, green light right here. 3-0, trying to end it with 1 swing, or get the lead with 1 swing, not end it, but he goes down, hits it down where they're playing no doubles as well. the infielder, at least third baseman on the line.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers in Game 2 of the NLDS. 36 players have been used, 14 of them pitchers, a lot of pitches. Only 16 hits in almost 14 complete innings. We're at 441 and counting on the game time, and the temperature has dropped 8 degrees since the beginning of the night. The wind has picked up substantially. Here's the Panda now, Pablo Sandoval. Again, it was his double in the ninth that tied it. He had extended his postseason hitting streak to 13 in a row. A ball and a strike.
It's just difficult to predict what Sandoval is looking for or where he will swing. It truly makes him the wild card. And in the postseason, he seems to slow it down more. He's more relaxed. I would say in the regular season, definitely more an aggressive hitter. And so this time of the year gets him more locked in for whatever reason. But he just sees the ball and puts the bat to it more times out of not.
A ball and 2 strikes.
And I always talk about quadrants as a pitcher, and some guys' quadrants is like a coffee can. You can't get them to expand the strike zone. You've already seen 2 pitches up that he could swing at. He could swing at a curveball or slider in the dirt right here just as easily, and not a lot of guys do. But the flip side of that is you could have it 2 inches above the plate, and he could golf it for a double or a home run or a single. He has that capability to disrupt a pitcher's plan.
A ball and 2 strikes. Took a whack at another pitch up in the zone. Sends that into shallow left. And Harper is there to make the catch. It's a big first out for Craig Stammen.
No triangle of infielder, outfielder coming in. And then, of course, once they hear the outfielder, they peel off to make sure there's no confusion and running into each other. Home, you should never have that problem. On the road, the crowd's going to get real loud. Sometimes you don't hear the communication.
Hunter Pence doubled to start things in the top of the 12th and was left stranded after Jerry Blevins came out of the bullpen to get Belt Crawford and pinch hitter Andrew Susac. Leadoff base hit by Buster Posey. He represents the go-ahead run with 1 away here in the 14th. Strike 1 to Hunter Pence. Even for a player as low maintenance as Hunter Pence, and Bruce Bochy told us on a number of occasions this year and reiterated the point with us yesterday, that Pence is the lowest maintenance player he's ever had. That's in 20 years of managing.
And what that means, you know, for those of you at home, you don't have to worry about much. You just know that you pencil him in. He's going to do all the little things and all the things it takes to get ready. The manager's concern on low maintenance guys is a pleasure.
And even for a guy like that, a couple of visits to the trainer, pay off, get wrapped, take a nice soak. It's been a grueling couple of games. And a ball and 2 strikes now to Hunter Pence.
Much activities he has, from his motion as holding the bat, his leg action, everything in his mechanics doesn't scream the statistical category that you would think. He's got a leg kick. He's active in the box, but he somehow finds a way to get his hands in the right position, and much like Panda, hit the barrel of the bat to the ball.
Got him looking. Pence is rung up for out number 2.
Ball had a little tail back over the outside part of the plate. Defense probably thought it was a little bit out and up. But you saw that leg kick there in his hands, and he never was able to pull the trigger because the fastball beat him to the spot.
Brandon Belt now, he's been held hitless tonight. Belt had a couple of hits yesterday as Stammen's first pitch misses low, apparently, a ball with no strikes. We talked about what an injury-filled 2014 it's been for Belt. Off to a terrific start in April. A broken thumb on May 9th cost him 50 games, and then a concussion in late July effectively scrapped the post-All-Star portion of the season. Played in only 15 games the last 2 months of 2014. The Giants did what they could to get him regular at-bats down the stretch, knowing how important he'd be in this series. That one bounces, but not far enough away for Posey to advance, and it's 2 balls and a strike. We are perhaps moments away from the second 7th inning stretch in this one. Middle of the 14th, just doing some ad hoc math.
We don't get 2 God Bless Americas, do we?
Not sure. Not sure. We did get 2 presidents' races, however. It's 2-2 to Brandon Belt. In the bottom of the 14th, the Nationals will have Ian Desmond, Bryce Harper, and Wilson Ramos, each of whom has the ability to end this night with 1 swing of the bat.
Good thing for a lot of these people, it ain't a work day tomorrow. Or it could be, but for a lot of them it's Saturday.
Chance to warm up and sleep it off. It'll all be worth their while if the Nationals can bounce back here. That one does bounce away from Ramos. Posey trying to advance it is thrown out. Some momentum to get the Nationals into the last of the 14th. Desmond, Harper, and Ramos to try to win it for Washington.
He's right in front. 3 in front. 3 in front. Nobody missed. Okay, I got him. Not 2. Oh, we didn't even rotate. Fuck. Come keep Jay. Captain in the corner. That kid really does know what that is. I should do down. He's right down the ground. I stuck him. That's kids by Lamos, I'm guessing. Hey, Six, he's coming through mid. Mid. Alright, rotate.
Don't rotate. I will need this.
Dude, we got 10 seconds left. Fuck, is one already going basketball court? Stop. 20 already. Damn. That's your wrong? No, that's ours.
Kira. Good shit, Kira. Get it.
Come on, dude. Just walk it upstairs. Let's go. That Warhawk shot they jacking them too. For real.
We've taken control.
Yeah, because they can't.
There has been, if you're curious, only one League Division Series. One League Division Series game longer than ours tonight, and that was Game 4 of the 2005 NLDS between the Braves and the Astros, an 18-inning affair, which I suspect you have a recollection of.
Yeah, not a good one. We had a big lead. Hudson started that game. LaRoche hit a home run. 18 painful innings later, we're on our way home because our series ended. I do believe that the Astros at some point during that 18 innings, I think threw a 9-inning no-hitter out of relief. Ironically, that same year, the Astros played in a World Series game that went 18 innings against the White Sox as well.
There were a handful of LDS games, or one LDS game longer than this one. In the National League, a handful altogether. You saw that Mariners-Yankees game there, the 1995 series between the two of them that went 15 innings, game 2 of that series. Ian Desmond leads things off here for the Nationals.
Keith has done a nice job just mixing it up.
2 scoreless innings by Yusmeiro Petit so far. Desmond tried to hold up, could not do so, and it's 0-2. A hit and a walk for Ian Desmond tonight. He had an 0-for-4 opener yesterday in which he stranded 5 base runners. All would be forgotten here if he were to come up with something to start a game-winning rally. Nothing at 2. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Really late. And the strikeout starts the last of the 14th, 1 away.
He makes 87 look like 97 after a couple of those breaking balls. That's what I was trying to talk to you about. What a hitter sees sometimes isn't exactly the miles per hour that will wow them. It's the change of speeds and the lack of any kind of continuity.
So here's Bryce Harper once again. Hitless so far tonight. Though it looked like the fly ball he hit in the bottom of the 12th was going to contribute to a game-winning rally. Desmond had walked. Then Harper's fly ball sent him to second with 1 away. But Petit was able to strike out Ramos. And after an intentional walk, he retired the side when Danny Espinoza lined to shortstop.
See, that's a backdoor cutter there, trying to keep the ball away from Harper. Nothing down and in the middle, as we saw. Velocity does not bother Bryce Harper. It's movement, and it's curveballs that he sees a lot of them. You can't throw it hard enough down the middle or even over the middle, heart of the plate. He's going to hit it out of the park with his swing.
Well, he turned around a 98-mile-an-hour fastball yesterday from Hunter Strickland and put it into the top tank out there in the right field corner. So to your point, he'll catch up with the hard stuff. 2 balls and a strike to him here. Bases empty, 1 away. Last of the 14th, tied at 1. Yusmeiro Petit's longest relief outing during the regular season came against the Nationals. Back on August 23rd, as a part of a 6-2 San Francisco loss, he went 4 1/3. Again, he did make 12 starts during the regular season. So distance certainly isn't an issue yet for him working in his 3rd inning.
And he did set a major league record by getting 47 consecutive hitters out, which still blows my mind.
That might have been the least celebrated major league record set this year. I mean, that's a big-time accomplishment.
It's unbelievable.
And it was almost reported as an aside in some circles. Certainly in baseball, people paid attention. Mark Burley had been the previous record holder. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeout start the 14th.
That's just really good pitching. That's working with your strength, attacking the hitter's weakness. Away, and away, and he painted. About 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, that Wilson chant was loud. These folks are waiting to get loud. That Wilson chant's got a little more tiredness in it.
Wilson Ramos has struck out 3 times tonight. He has singled as well. Those breaking ball sliders have given him trouble for most of the evening. Behind 0-1 now. Game 3 of the series on MLB Network on Monday. And it'll be a World Series rematch. The 2012 Giants-Tigers World Series. Madison Bumgarner and Doug Fister. We still don't have any clue as to whether or not that's going to be an 0-2 series or a 1-1 affair. And Ramos is behind 0-2. For the 4th time tonight, Wilson Ramos has struck out. A 1-2-3 4th as Petit strikes out the side in the 14th.
I'll get him. Oh, shit. Where's that kid at? Oh, he's the, hey, Bell. He's an SCU.
Hey, he's going to Long Building.
You ready for somebody? Somebody here.
Yeah, I know.
I hear him. Bye.
I'm on Plan B. There's a guy over in Long Building.
2B1.
Watch that right side. It's going to come right.
Tank. Nice.
Good shit, Universe.
He's at the pussy. The new camping. Right in that little corner. But
My fault. You died.
Hey, let's all go into
What is that now?
Go into blue building. Go into blue building. They're all head glitching anyways. Fuck them.
My aim.
Watch the flank. Watch the flank behind us.
I just needed it.
I was about to kill that guy.
Are you good?
Ago now that this game became a 1-1 tie when Pablo Sandoval sent this double into the left field corner. It brought in Joe Panik, and the game almost saw a go-ahead run. Buster Posey thought he beat the tag. The original call was out. The call was upheld after a review, and we've been sitting on 1-1 ever since.
Yeah, two great things happened in that play. The relay, of course, the ball in the corner. Harper gets it in, and a great short hop by Ramos.
Craig Stammen continues. He gets Brandon Belt to roll over a ground ball for Danny Espinosa, and there's one away. And it does seem like another night. You could say this accurately. When Jordan Zimmerman was out there, absolutely dominant over 8 2/3. At one point retiring 20 straight Giants. A stretch that ended when he walked Joe Panik in the 9th with 2 away. Here's Brandon Crawford now with 1 gone. It was Drew Storen that came in the 9th. That tying run, though, charged to Zimmerman. Scored on Storen's watch. Since then, it's been Tyler Clippard, Matt Thornton, Aaron Barrett, Jerry Blevins, and now Craig Stammen.
Stammen's done a great job, really settling in.
Another ground ball to the right side of the infield, and 2 quick outs for Stammen in the 15th.
A lot of those outs. There's Espinosa playing second base for the thrown out Struble Cabrera. Call that a professional beard, by the way. That's what a beard's supposed to look like.
Yeah, in addition to Struble Cabrera being ejected, Matt Williams was run as a part of that same sequence of events. So Randy Knorr has been acting manager since then, and there's a strike 1 to Yusmeiro Petit. More will be asked of the big swing man, apparently. A ball and a strike. So just looking at what is available still on the bench for Bruce Bochy, he's got Joaquin Arias. He's got Gary Brown. And before we can even get too much farther into it, we'll go to the bottom of the 15th.
Oh shit, no. Fuck, where you wanna go with it?
I don't care.
I'm looking him up in this.
There's only 3 people. We don't put a can forward.
I'm gonna watch boxes.
Jack, 1 shot. Is it still tank?
Yeah.
For that plant.
Yeah.
For A plant.
They're in green. They're second floor green. Second floor green, sniper area.
You wanna talk? Yeah. Talk.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey. And they're just kidding. Talking.
We're about to win right now. Oh no.
Monkey box.
There we go.
Okay.
Get ready for the next round.
Wow.
They really do though. Like, this is insane.
We're gonna get platinum. If we play 5 matches after that, we're gonna get masters.
Yep.
2 back-to-back wins against master teams.
Have we even lost yet?
Nope. Hey, back into blue.
It's
Back
gonna be
into
our
blue.
4th game, isn't it?
Back into
I'm
blue.
going A again. Like I always do.
You have a good strategy right now, yeah. You have a really good strategy.
Okay, don't know that crap. Okay, I'm pushing up. Right now. Oh, I did 1 shot tank. He's pushing straight to mid. Let's go. That kid was hurt.
don't think so, kid.
Fight night. The main event can now be seen on FX and on Fox Sports Go. Well, precious few options remain for Randy Knorr and Bruce Bochy tonight. Just two bench guys for each side, and the Nationals are going to use one of them to pinch hit and lead things off in the home 15th. That's right, America, home 15th. One of the two ex-Giants on the Nationals bench, Kevin Franzen. It'll be Franzen and the switch hitter Danny Espinosa, and top of the order Denard Span against Yusmeiro Petit, who in his 3 relief innings tonight has yielded only 1 hit and has struck out 5.
Yeah, opposite his name so far, he has been big.
That's the kind of wordplay you get after 15 innings, America. That's right. He's not petite. He has been big. First pitch from him to Kevin Franzen's in for a strike. There's not a single call that Vic Carapazza could make today that's not going to elicit some kind of reaction from the fans.
Yeah, the fans have gotten some serious exercises without even really moving. They just stand up when the Nats are batting and they sit down when they're pitching. And this has been going on for quite some time.
Kevin Franzen, drafted by the Giants out of San Jose State University. Played for the home team, if you will. And there's a pop-up for Panic and 1 away.
That was the first hittable one in a while. That ball stayed in the strike zone. A little cutter that really didn't cut as much, but coming off the bench, being cold, 4.5 hours later, it's a pop-up.
You know, you'll hear guys talk about how in long extra innings games during the regular season, they'll admit to something that they wouldn't ordinarily admit to. Yeah, I was just swinging for the downs. I took a couple of huge hacks hoping to end it. In a postseason game like this, I'm not sure that same mentality applies. Again, the stakes for the Nationals in particular are very high tonight. They are at risk of going back to San Francisco for Game 3 of the series on Monday, down 0-2.
Yeah, they really don't want to think about the what if. And the what if was the 9th inning. A starter who has been dominating the entire game. And on some close pitches, walks his first batter with 2 outs in the 9th. Still not a big deal. But it was because the next 2 guys got hits.
Espinosa behind 0-2.
And honestly, it is easier to play if you're the Giants up 1-0 in this scenario. You're going home. You feel like you're going to win 2 games anyways if they don't win this game. It's a lot harder to play if you're the Nationals, even though you're at home and you got it last at bat right here.
Two breaking ball, tried to wrap around the corner and missed. It's a ball and a strike. 2 strikes rather. We talked a little bit about Danny Espinosa's time with the Nationals in his last plate appearance. A career National and a guy that's had to overcome some physical adversity to stay a part of the plans. Problems that have included a torn rotator cuff. That on his left non-throwing shoulder late in 2012. Something that happened as a result of a dive in early September. Tried cortisone shots. Last season, some time with a fractured wrist. 2 balls and 2 strikes to him here with 1 gone and the bases empty. So for the Nationals, after Kevin Franzen was used off the bench, And again, there was some controversy involving whether or not he was announced earlier in the game to pinch hit. Only Jose Lobaton remains among position players. And for San Francisco, as we talk about last half inning, Gary Brown, Joaquin Arias. That's it. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the ground for Panic. And it's 3 2/3 of scoreless relief authored by Yusmeiro Petit.
Another good 3-2 pitch on the corner. Not giving in, even though he's throwing his fastball. Making good location pitches. Getting outs.
So now Denard Span, who has endured a long offer today.
You can easily see why these two bullpens are ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively in the National League.
Span's been held hitless today, 0 for 6. The 30-year-old former first-round choice of the Twins will try to start something with 2 gone. A franchise record and National League leading 184 hits for Span during the regular season. He give up both of those titles for the chance to start a game-winning rally here tonight. Just keeping Span off base has been huge in this series so far.
Yeah, it has. You mentioned the hits he's been given or had through the year. He's first in multi-hit games with 58. He'd just as soon just get that one right now out of the way. Stolen bases, he's 5th. Runs, he's 5th. He's had a really good year. They'd love to get him going, even if it's in the 15th inning right now, that some carryover effect as the series plays out.
I mean, he's been kept 0 for 10 in the series. He has not been on base. It's a guy that stole a career-high 31 bases this year. And at one point had a consecutive games streak of 36 in which he reached base safely. Has been completely neutralized in 2 nights by the Giants pitching staff. If this game goes to a 16th inning, San Francisco has 9, then 1 and 2. Perez, Blanco, and Panic in their top half of the 16th. Three balls and a strike to Denard Span. And there's ball 4, and that's the first time in the series that Denard Span has been aboard. Well, that has the potential to change things now. His stolen base threat is certainly in play in front of the guy who's had the best offensive night for Washington, Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, you almost think right here that they got to try whatever they can to get him to second base. Of course, Petit is going to try to vary his times and probably throw over there a few times.
Again, 31 bags during the regular season for Denard Span, a career high. He's aboard as the winning run with 2 out. He'll stay put on the first pitch to Rendon, which is hit in the air, popped up foul. You know, this one has certainly played out a lot closer to what we saw throughout the regular season. In fact, it's been more stingy than what we saw during the regular season. The 8 postseason games that led into this one played out in a completely different fashion with a bunch of offense. And we saw how big the stolen base can be in this postseason already. The American League wildcard game between Kansas City and Oakland. Kansas City swiped 7 bags. A record for stolen bases in a postseason game. Ended up with a 9-8 win. Span stays put again, and it's 1-1 to Rendon.
Well, it would be fitting with 2 outs and nobody on and a walk. That's how this happened in the 9th. Could it happen?
That's right.
For the Nats in the 15th.
Did you say 15th?
I did.
I got to remind myself of that.
I had to look up at the scoreboard because you know I gave up scorekeeping after the 3rd.
Span stays put again, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Rendon.
And this was the pressure we talked that hasn't been able to be put on many pitchers. And we're talking about the threat of stealing, which therefore the pitcher has to speed up and doesn't throw as good a pitch as if he doesn't have that awareness of somebody on base that could go. So there is a trickle effect on what the hitter can see as a pitch with a runner on first as opposed to nobody on first.
There goes Span, had a huge jump. Rendon shoots it into deep right center field. Blanco's under it to send us to the 16th. 4 scoreless innings in relief by Yusmeiro Petit, and we play on in our nation's capital.
Album Bull Universe.
I am.
You too, Kira.
Back alley.
Help him pull. That's for them. Oh, there's a
They got an EMP on that dude. EMP, are you kidding? Might be a first round notice, I don't know. Wait, where's the tag? I'm gonna come and kick it outside.
One shot. He's one shot.
I don't know. I just killed him with a bomb.
Back.
Go,
get it.
Don't find me.
That's alright, we can lose one. It was against Master, so it's alright.
One master. No, it's two masters.
It's alright. We had him beat. We just fucking.
We should have had
We should have just
we
kept.
should have had 4 caps.
We should have kept. You kept rushing.
Should have had me rushing basically with him.
I swapped for the flags over, but I died like right near the flag.
People fucking go. Hell no.
Told you.
Oh shit.
Okay.
You can lose one. You can't lose more than one. Go against these guys, yes. Search and destroy. What do you think?
Sure. We have a chance.
Could be good though.
Gotta protect that.
Be out there for a long postseason game. Tonight's is the longest since Adam LaRoche played in that 18-inning affair between the Braves and Astros back in 2005.
I tried every spot in the clubhouse, dugout, you name it, to try and get a rally going. That's what guys will be doing. They'll try everything they can. They'll try a food rally, which I tried a lot during that game. They'll try different seats, different positions, in the dugout, anything. I, of course, was scheduled to pitch Game 5 if that were to happen back in Atlanta, and it never did.
Juan Perez leads things off in the 16th against Rafael Soriano.
Yeah, this was an interesting decision, really, by Matt Williams. Soriano lost his closer spot and has been struggling. But they decided to put him on the roster. He's been a big part up until this point to the year.
Quickly in front, 0-2.
He can regain the form.
Juan Perez did not start the night in the lineup, but still might end up with 3, 4, 5 plate appearances. And he strikes out as he swings and misses. One away. Well, this is challenging a major league record, the time and length of this game. And we talked about that night in 2005, that Braves-Astros contest that went deep into the night. Chris Myers back in the Fox Sports 1 studios has some more details and a walk down memory lane for John Smoltz. Astros celebrate after 18 innings. Top of the order now, Gregor Blanco.
Turned my head. I didn't even want to watch it.
I noticed. You did turn your head.
Had to boycott the whole thing.
Yeah, we talk about Adam LaRoche's participation in that game. He was replaced after 8 innings by Julio Franco. So he was probably wandering around the clubhouse with you looking for a lucky place to sit. You mentioned Rafael Soriano being relieved of closer's duties in the second half of the season after such a great start to 2014. We talked to Matt Williams and pitching coach Steve McCaddy about that conversation and about that decision before the series began. And they echoed the same sentiment that Soriano, for his part, was fine with the decision. He knew he hadn't been effective. And he told Steve McCaddy and Matt Williams on a couple of occasions, look, I just want to win. Do what's best for the team. The 3-0 pitch is in for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Gregor Blanco.
This crowd is stuck in there as long as they could. I think with each inning, probably 300 to 500 people have been exiting, but this, for the most part, they have stuck in here and tried to rally their troops.
Popped him up in foul territory, Rendon, and 2 away. Just how the way the season broke down for Rafael Soriano before the All-Star break and after the All-Star break.
Been doing this a long time. He's pitched some pretty big games, but down the stretch just lost the feel of that natural cutter. Started getting flat over the middle of the plate. As a closer, you don't have chances to really fix it with bullpens per se. So they took him out of the spot and tried to find places to get him going without that kind of pressure of finishing a game. And like you said, Matt, he's been a trooper with it and just wants to win.
Joe Panik hitless tonight. A ball and a strike from Soriano. Another pop onto the left side of the infield. Another chance for Rendon. And Rafael Soriano works the scoreless top of the 16th. Jason Worth leads off the bottom half, still tied at
1. Down. Oh, wow, I stick my head up. Two hits in a row. Gracias.
Nowhere. Mid. gotta come down there, yep. Come wait. Wood. Shoot. Get ready to position.
Headcam. They're not gonna challenge you.
Yes, sir.
Oh no. Yeah, exactly. Like.
I'm not gonna give them streets. Alright, same thing. We're gonna whole kitchen, just like we did last round.
I think I got lucky fuck.
Shouldn't gone out in the open universe. Should just stayed in the corner and watched across from me, bro. Stop moving around, bro.
There is no way they're gonna rush us.
Yeah.
Now they have to.
They're smart. They're masters.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold middle.
I got guards. I got pillars coming from pillars. I got that side.
Yeah.
Not challenging you.
They're planning. I just killed them from planning.
Bomb down.
Still here in D.C., it's been that way ever since the Giants scored it with 2 out in the top of the 9th, and there aren't a whole lot of bench options left. Counting the entire rosters for Washington, they've got Tanner Roark, who's warming up as we speak, and only Jose Lobaton among position players. We kind of don't count Fister, Gonzalez, and Strasburg starters, though they are technically available. San Francisco, we don't really talk about Peavy and Vogelsong being available. They've got 2 position players left, as we've talked about. Hunter Strickland pitched yesterday. Tim Lincecum has also been up in the bullpen for the Giants.
Well, based on that, you see Roark going to be the guy that's all they have pretty much left. For the Giants, they have some opportunity to close out a game with Strickland and then use their last resource in Lincecum.
Jason Worth leads it off for Washington. He is singled tonight. The base hit came in the 13th. We've said this before for the Nationals, but they've got the middle of their order with a chance to walk this win off. Tanner Roark continues to throw in the bullpen for Washington. The pitcher spot isn't due up until 6th. And the Nationals would likely have already won it before that spot comes up in the lineup. Not a guarantee, but it's likely if it were to go that far. So the fact that Roark is up and throwing would indicate that Randy Knorr is only comfortable with 1 relief inning out of Rafael Soriano tonight. And that stands to reason for a guy that's used in short relief, and a called strike 3 taken by Jason Worth.
And that's the pitching backwards that the Giants seem to be doing to Jason Worth. He's had such great numbers, looking off speed possibly, and maybe thinking that ball was down, but another really good pitch by Petit. He just seems comfortable, even if his insides aren't. He's been making pitch after pitch, as has everybody who's entered the game, really, after the 9th.
Really true. So now Adam LaRoche hitless over 6 tonight. I mean, Washington really they haven't even had that many opportunities as LaRoche swings and misses at a changeup. After they scored the run in the 3rd, the Nationals have had but a handful of runners in scoring position tonight.
Yeah, and only one time with less than 2 outs. They had the runner on 3rd with 2 outs when they scored their first run. And then 2 outs, nobody on. I'm sorry, 2 outs, nobody on when they scored their first run. The Nationals really have, this has been a game where 2-out hits have been huge. For the only 2 runs that have scored, they've come with 2 outs.
A ball and 2 strikes to the Roach. In the 8 postseason games that preceded tonight's, an average of 10.9 runs were scored. Those 8 games averaged almost 3 home runs a game. Yet tonight we've gotten into the bottom of the 16th, 1-1. LaRoche with a big ball out to right. That dies for Hunter Pence.
Ho ho! A little bit off the end of the bat there when he first swung and made contact. Of course, the crowd is wishing, trying, blowing it out here. Big swing, but not exactly the meat of the bat. But it sure did get everybody's attention.
Half-inch down the trademark, and we're going home. So 2 away now for Ian Desmond. Desmond's base hit came in the 4th. He singled and stole second. It's one of the few opportunities that Washington's had with the runner in scoring position in less than 2 out. Harper and Ramos then struck out to end the threat. Bryce Harper waits on deck here with 2 away.
He had one thought and one thought only. Cutter over the middle of the plate that he was trying to lift and separate and leave this yard. Big swing.
Ian Desmond, the last member of the Nationals whose original DNA can be traced back to the Montreal Expos, is now behind the ball and 2 strikes. This is the anniversary, I believe, of 10 years and 1 day since the final Montreal Expos game, before the team ultimately packed up and headed across the border, settling in D.C. It's 2-2.
Well, he's been following this trend, trying to get the hitter to walk outside the plate with him, trying to creep on that outside part of the plate, and then he throws a little spinner off of that fastball away, keeping it away from the middle of the plate. A lot of soft outs with the exception of that fly ball that we saw there off of Petit. There it is.
Another scoreless inning of relief by Yusmeiro Petit.
Thank you. You said you wanted to run. You got your chance, bro. Oh.
Yours said it's last game.
Kara?
Yeah. Totally, it's the only one left. Does I think.
1 kill while head glitching. Oh, platinum versus platinum. Here we go.
Range count. Those 2 rights aren't that good. But Impulse is pretty good. I don't care about Rain. I play with Impulse. He's good.
Alright. 2A, 2B. I'm gonna go B side.
Oh, B. Squirt. I got no.
I want to go
Go
okay.
A side, my bad. A side.
Yeah, I got B. It's got A solo. I hear about that. There you go. Chaotic.
They're all going B.
I think they're all on A.
I don't see no one.
Yeah, they are. You're not A. Let's go to A. Bombs down at A.
That's a pretty impressive response time, fellas.
You can move it? Hang on. He's at A right now. He's dead.
Chaotic going.
Zach, oh my
God. Pastrami, salami, turkey.
How does 135 games in college football have played and finished before our game's been over at the start of our game?
Well, it could go even farther still because the Nationals go to the bullpen for a guy who's been one of their best starters all year. And Tanner Roark will face the meat of the Giants order in the top of the 17th.
Well, we've reached the point in repeating it. The Nationals, if they don't win this game, the effect is just getting worse and worse with each inning. And what I mean by that is it emotionally and mentally starts taking its toll. You win this game and you feel so charged up because you've got new life and you're going to San Francisco regardless. You lose this, it starts pondering all kinds of doubt of what could have been. So Roark is now in a position where he needs to continue it as long as possible and put as much pressure on the Giants and decision on what they want to do and whether keeping Petit out there is their only option.
In a rotation with some heavyweight names, Strasburg, Zimmerman, Gio Gonzalez. It's Tanner Roark who really asserted himself as one of the big stories of 2014. A 15-10 record, a 2.85 ERA, dynamite numbers at home in particular. There's a fly ball out to left off the bat of Buster Posey for out number 1. Let's put some time and date stamps on what's happened here tonight. Jordan Zimmerman took the mound to begin the evening at 5:36 Eastern. The Nationals took the lead about an hour later. That was a lead they held until 8:26 Eastern time when Pablo Sandoval's RBI double with 2 out in the ninth tied the score. Buster Posey nearly scoring the go-ahead run. He was thrown out at the plate. Just about 9 o'clock Eastern, Asdrubal Cabrera was thrown out. About 30 seconds after that, there goes manager Matt Williams. Just the cliff notes on how we've gotten to a top of the 17th. There's Pablo Sandoval now. We are approaching a major league record for longest postseason games by time. One and one. We've taken it this far, Mr. Smoltz. Let's keep going.
Might as well.
We've got another 9 minutes to set a major league record tonight. I say we're getting there. We're at the top of the inning.
Oh, we're there. We're there, man.
Roark's next offering is fouled away. Success at AAA Syracuse and success with the major league rotation are different things. And there were a lot of folks that didn't know if Roark's stuff would translate into success at the big league level. He has proven that it has. 2-2 now.
Well, the depth of this rotation, 1 through 5, makes them the best in baseball, in my opinion. They have so many options and weapons.
2-2 to Sandoval. His line to second. Great play by Danny Espinosa, leaning to his right.
That's true. There was one of the harder hit balls in a while that resulted in an out. This ball squared up. Good chance where the outfielders were that was a double. But Espinosa was there to make sure it wasn't.
Here's Hunter Pence now. Two for 6 tonight. Pence doubled to lead off the 12th and then was left stranded. Oh, that's a foul tip that Wilson Ramos catches in the arm.
Yeah, that smoked him. I mean, there's no padding there, right off the bicep. Oh, man.
Bryce Harper will lead things off in the bottom of the 17th. And Tanner Roark is a strike away from sending us there.
The fans' shoulders are officially tired. The towels are not up as much as they were earlier.
Second-year right-hander who began his professional career in the independent leagues. Down to first, the appeal. Pence swung the bat. We're going to the bottom of the 17th. Bryce Harper with another chance to be the hero. Still tied at 1.
One middle, train tracks. Oh, fuck. He's right on train tracks. Bro.
What you learned about victims.
What the fuck? I was behind my shield.
You know how many people die in this country every year? 2.5 million. That means every day roughly 7,000 average Americans.
No way!
You don't make me lower to him.
That kid got lucky.
Ever.
He's spinning in circles, really? And he
Almost got turned on. Hard-hearted. Fucking fag.
Unless it's the gift you're hiding.
I got LMG, yo. He's like an AM.
I'm gonna watch A. Someone else get the bomb.
He'll be
Give me train tracks.
No, he's right mid. Oh,
Fuck, you was shooting at him.
Now
you start shooting at him. One time die. Thanks, I died. Damn.
He's a quiet man. Never bothered anyone. You have his credit card statement.
Some of the frustrations and intensity of a 1-1 tie that's gone to the bottom of the 17th. Back with John Smoltz, JP Morosi, Matt Vasgersian. Bryce Harper will lead things off in the last of the 17th. As the Nationals have 6-7-8 against Yusmeiro Petit. A hitless game 2 of the series for Harper. Petit has been outstanding in relief. 5 scoreless innings tonight. He has struck out 7 and yielded only 1 hit. He's pitched around a handful of walks, 3 of them.
Based on the pace, it seems like he's been out there 8 innings, but every pitch means something when you're coming up on the road. One swing can end the game.
Harper with a fly ball into the left field corner, and Perez is there for it. There's 1 away. In the regular season, sometimes these games dwindle down to someone losing it instead of someone grabbing the reins and winning it. Again, I don't think any of that dynamic applies with the stakes as high as they are tonight. But with 1 gun now, here's Wilson Ramos. He's singled tonight. You cannot say enough about the work that Yusmeiro Petit has done. 5 1/3 now. Craig Stammen was brilliant. 3 scoreless relief innings. And pretty soon we can accurately say that it doesn't only seem like a different day, but it was a different day that Jordan Zimmerman started against Tim Hudson. Creeping up on 11:30 Eastern. Some 6 hours after the first pitch was thrown. Ramos sends a fly ball out to right center field, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, the one crazy thing about this game is when you play in this game this long, you can get out the same way this long, and they have been able to do that with a lot of hitters by a plan and scouting reports and executing it. That's what's so amazing to me. We're here in the 17th inning, and these pitchers are executing pitches in situations that one bad pitch could change the game.
Tanner Roark will bat in his turn in the order here with 2 out. Ground ball for Crawford. We go to the 18th inning in D.C. tonight. Giants and Nationals still tied at 1.
You should just quit my class on the pub.
Oh, okay. It's her brother's birthday. Tell him happy birthday, Kira.
Birthday to you.
That was a good game, though.
Yeah, for you.
It actually got me, like, I usually don't bet on people that...
SK wants to come back.
Oh, nice. Wasn't he the person that we were
Are you coming
playing
back,
with?
Universe, or do we have to pick up one?
Do what?
You coming back?
You damn right I am. Why wouldn't I?
Well, you dipped out. Why you dip out?
Because we're creating a class on my project match to us up a level. It won't let me fucking join you until server full.
Well, you should have did. Go
Who's
reset.
the OC acid?
Reset chaotic.
That was wrong.
Acid ain't even on.
We're gonna have to make it new again. What's up?
What's up, SK? Come on.
We're making a new team. Our teammates off. I'm actually ready to make a new team. I'm playing with 2 other people.
Well,
You guys answer my response
we just got platinum. That's why.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So, all right.
Well, you guys didn't respond to my shit, so.
All right, hit us up later then.
Alright.
Hey, bring in Killer.
doubt that we'd get there, but this game has set a Major League record as the longest in postseason history, 5 hours, 53 minutes, and counting, as we're in just the top of the 18th.
Well, I've reached one of my bonuses in broadcasting now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got to a contractual bonus. You get to 18 innings, bonus money kicks in.
That's a trooper there.
Oh, man, it's a late night. Well, we're only a few minutes away, more than a few minutes. We're a half an hour away from this one getting so deep into the night that Tanner Roark will be a year older. His 28th birthday comes on October 5th, which we are creeping up ever closer toward. A terrific present for him if he's the pitcher of record in a Game 2 victory for the Nationals. Top of the 18th.
Well, they got a present there. Nice little call off the plate.
Belt, Crawford, and then the pitcher's spot. Yusmeiro Petit's already hit once in this game. 2 bench players still available for Bruce Bochy. 0-2 the count to Brandon Belt. You know, if I were to have told you that we get to 18 innings tonight and then give you these other numbers, you'd think there was a disconnect. You would think that in an 18-inning game, there have been dozens of missed opportunities and all kinds of chances. The Giants have only had 8 runners in scoring position tonight. They're 1 for 8. Washington 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Minimal success, but again, it's not like there have been dozens of runners on base this evening.
No, it's been well pitched. A lot of good plays. Just the hitting's at a disadvantage tonight. And that man right there needs an ice tub afterwards.
A 1-2 to Brandon. Belt misses the corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and it is certainly that time of night where a crowd that's 6 hours weary is going to moan and ooh about plate pitches that are clearly off the plate, like that one was. And it stays 2-2 to the Giants' first baseman. Game 3 of the series in San Francisco on Monday. You can watch it on MLB Network. Madison Bumgarner, who was brilliant in the National League wildcard game on Wednesday in Pittsburgh, against Washington right-hander Doug Fister. Full count.
Good pitch there. Didn't get the call. That wasn't as good as that first shot off the plate. So he did make it.
Well, even you're getting into it now.
Yeah.
Belt with a drive hammered to deep right field, and that one is gone. Brandon Belt had been quiet tonight, held 0 for 6.
That is unbelievable.
So that, friends, was no cheapie either. A 3-2 pitch from Tanner Roark that went a long ways into the right field seats. And for Brandon Belt, who we've talked about the last 2 nights, overcoming all kinds of physical adversity this year, playing in just a couple of dozen games in the last 2 months of the season. A huge home run to lift the Giants to a 1-run lead in the 18th inning.
Well, now more than likely that's going to bring up Hunter Strickland to come in and try and get the save, the hard-throwing right-hander that we saw in Game 1.
Count stays 0-2 on Brandon Crawford. Strickland gave up the 2 solo shots yesterday, including that moon ball off the bat of Bryce Harper. And Crawford with a swing and a miss. 1 gone in the 18th.
Look where the pitch was supposed to be and look where it ended up. That was in. He missed location. One of the rare times a reliever has missed location. He pulls his hand in and absolutely crushes it. So for most of the part, all these pitchers been able to hit their spot. And we said one swing are going to miss. Could change the game. And of course the Giants are ecstatic at this point.
Gary Brown now pinch hitting in what was Petit's spot in the order, which backs up your statement even farther, John, that we'll see Hunter Strickland in the bottom of the 18th.
What's the luxury that Bruce Bochy had by bringing in his closer in extra innings where the lineup was set up for the Nationals' best chance to score? He knew he had a young man that could throw 100 miles an hour that needed. His team took the lead. He could bring him in. So the luxury of what Petit was able to do and the amount of innings that he gave the Giants just set it up for Hunter Strickland to come in and try to nail it down.
And the 1-2 pitch to Gary Brown is swung on and missed.
Well, I've said that if he's not able to nail it down and they tie the game up, which who wouldn't think that's going to happen? You've got Tim Lincecum behind him to give them the depth they need. So a crazy game just gets crazier. One swing of the bat. The Giants are feeling really good.
Here's Juan Perez now with 2 gone. As we mentioned, Perez did not start the day in the lineup. Yet he's making his 4th plate appearance here tonight. The Nationals led for 8+ innings tonight. San Francisco tied it with 2 out in the 9th. We stayed tied for 9 innings. And the Giants on the Brandon Belt solo home run have taken their first lead of the night some 6 hours after the game began. A ball and 2 strikes to Juan Perez. The Nationals in the bottom half of the 18th will have Danny Espinosa to lead it off, then Span and Rendon. Little pop-up behind shortstop. Desmond yields to Harper. Will go to the last of the 18th. Will this be the swing that sends this series to San Francisco with the Giants up 2-0? We'll find out when we go to the bottom of the inning next.
Are you done? We lost.
Oh, no more.
No more. Now for fun.
Oh, wow.
That was there the whole
Yeah.
time.
Did you
Probably
up
up in the
catwalk
catwalk
hallway?
hallway.
Probably
Probably
in
in
the
ticket
ticket
booth
right
right now.
now. Hallway, right there.
Right there.
Dude,
Dude.
Step up. Switching operation ready.
Alright, let me grab the bomb. We're gonna go A.
Eliminate the objectives. We got the bomb.
I might take a 10-minute break here too.
Yeah, we can take one after this one.
I'm thirsty. One kid that went Walkers.
The longest game in postseason history, one that's used 39 players, 16 of them pitchers, only 17 hits as we go to the bottom of the 18th inning. And we're over 6 hours into the night. Brandon Belt's leadoff home run in the top of the 18th. Stands is the difference. And if Hunter Strickland can get 3 more outs, the Giants are going back home for Game 3 on Monday, up 2-0 in the series.
Hunter Strickland throws 100 miles an hour, literally. I don't know if he'll reach that tonight. But he can rush it up there with a fastball, pretty good curveball. And I think if you're the Nationals, you're trying to figure out if he can pound some strikes if you're the first hitter. Already seen what happens when the fastball's not put in the proper spot. They were able to launch them in the right field. But one of those guys is no longer in the game. And that is Cabrera is no longer in. So his replacement, Espinosa, is leading off.
Well, we know about how big missing location can be, because that's what happened with Tanner Roark when he lost Brandon Belt on the home run.
Yeah, one bad pitch right there. A sinker trying to go away, and it just stayed over the middle of the plate. And like you said, Matt, this was not cheap. It was upper deck. And the Giants doing their little happy dance when they get in there.
Danny Espinosa leads it off for the Nationals in their half of the 18th. There will be a lot said and written about potential heroes in this one tonight. And if the Giants end up with the win, Brandon Belt's going to get many of the headlines. But in an 18-inning story, you have to go back to how big Tim Hudson was starting the night. Yusmeiro Petit, 6 scoreless relief innings in this ballgame. Pablo Sandoval with the big 2-out double that tied it in the 9th. A ball and no strikes.
It would almost be impossible to pick out one for the Giants, and either for either team. It's just been a historic game. I don't know what was more improbable as we talk about last night. A lead with Kershaw is almost like as good as the greatest safe there is to try to break into, and that didn't happen last night. And then 2 outs in the 9th with a guy who has been dealing. No chance that a rally could take place in the 9th with, if you've seen this game from the start that we did, and it did. It happened with 2 outs and a walk.
A ball and 2 strikes. Yusmeiro Petit would be in line for the victory tonight. And you have to go back a ways to find the last pitchers to work 6 or more scoreless innings in relief and win a postseason game. Pedro Martinez in Game 5 of the 1999 ALDS. And then you have to go all the way back to 1971. And then rookie Bruce Kison in Game 4 of the World Series that year with the Pirates. Bruce Kison would go on to work 14 more years in the big leagues. A big moment in his rookie campaign on the big stage in '71. And Petit in line tonight. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes on Danny Espinosa.
I don't think the fans were being too kind.
Yeah, fans not very kind. Even the players were smiling. The ball came back off the screen after that foul ball and hit the home plate umpire, Vic Carapazza, who's come under fire tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Espinoza. Struck him out. The Nationals are down to their final 2 outs tonight.
There's that breaking ball. Wondering if he foul tipped it, but he didn't. The ball skipped. When you come to a playoff game, I don't care what game it is, unless you're the previous day starter, you never know how it's going to play out and if you're going to be asked to be used. And certainly this is one of those games.
Here's Denard Span now. He drew a walk in the 15th. He is 0 for 10 in the series. That base on balls in the 15th inning came with 2 out. And it's been the only time he's reached base safely to start the series. You know, we talk about Hunter Strickland being groomed as a potential closer down the road for the Giants. He was actually drafted by the Red Sox as an 18th rounder in 2007. And then was sent to the Pirates in exchange for Adam LaRoche back in July of 2009. The Giants didn't get their hands on him until April of 2013 when they claimed him off waivers. They released him that summer, just a few years later, and then re-signed him. It wasn't until then that they feel the light really went on for Hunter Strickland, who's always thrown hard. And it's a ball and 2 strikes now to Denard Span. And part of that transition was making the successful move from starter to closer. He always felt like, looking back, he got antsy between starts. Needed to be out there more than once every 5 days. When Strickland made his postseason debut last night, he did so having made only 9 regular season appearances in the big leagues. Only David Price, then of the Rays, made a postseason debut with fewer major league games on his resume. Two balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span.
Whatever emotions he's got going on right now, he'll remember this if he can close it down for the Giants in one of the most improbable wins that I can remember in playoffs, although be it the second game of the LDS. Right now, Denard Span's trying to spoil that 0-2 count, worked it to full.
Anthony Rendon waits on deck. 4 hits for him tonight. Here's the 3-2 on its way to Span. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. And it'll stay full. You know, while we have a moment, I should mention the terrific job by our Fox Sports 1 crew. Folks on the field, capturing the images that you've been watching for the last 6 hours. The personnel in our production truck tonight. Nobody takes a pitch off in the postseason, not even the TV folks.
They do not.
Still full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. He's hanging around.
He is spoiling off a couple good pitch. Posey's going to go out and tell Mr. Strickland what he wants to do here. 3-2. A couple that he's pulled foul.
Doug Fister and Madison Bumgarner in Game 3 in San Francisco Monday. This game is 2 outs away from making the Nationals-Giants League Division Series the third with a team that faces an 0-2 deficit. The Angels backed up against it against Kansas City. Same for the Tigers, down 0-2 to the Baltimore Orioles. And now we're 1 out away from that. Anthony Rendon, the last chance for the Nationals.
Rendon had a 4-for-4 game working, 0 for his last 3. I would think he's trying to figure out which fastball and where in that location can he take advantage of the power of Hunter Strickland.
Four hits in his first 4 trips to the plate tonight. A 4-for-6 night overall from Anthony Rendon. Check it, 4 for 7. Trying to keep it alive for perhaps Jason Worth to have an opportunity next. And just to clarify the earlier note regarding Hunter Strickland, second fewest big league games in his career before his first postseason save. Not sure if I mentioned that part of it or not. David Price, 5 games before saving a game in the postseason. And for Hunter Strickland, only 9. Trying to save Game 2 of the division series tonight. 1-1 to Rendon. It looked for the longest time like 1 run was enough tonight. Jordan Zimmerman in complete command. At one point retiring 20 consecutive Giants. Then Pablo Sandoval's game-tying double had kept it tied for 9 innings until Brandon Belt's solo home run in the 18th.
Good discipline there. 1-1 count. Good breaking ball. If you're aggressive, you may go after it. One of the Zimmermans.
Ryan, who had a pinch hitting appearance tonight, as he did yesterday. Here's Strickland's 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Jason Worth has a single tonight in his 7 at-bats. Responsible for the only walk-off hit in Nationals postseason history. Hoping for an opportunity here. 3 balls and a strike to Rendon with 2 away. And it'll go all the way full, and why not? 6 hours, 18 minutes and counting. Every moment worth it if you're a Giants fan. Nationals hoping it can continue a little bit longer. The 3-2.
Spoiled off another one. Giants at the edge of their seat, getting ready to pour out of the dugout. Nationals just hoping they get to extend it now. Get Worth at the plate.
Madison Bumgarner ready for game 3 regardless of the outcome tonight. The next 3-2. And the tying runs aboard. Strickland threw him a breaking ball on the full count. You can see how pumped up Bryce Harper is. Just keeping things alive here in the last of the 18th. Another opportunity now for Jason Worth. .16 home runs and 82 runs batted in during the regular season. His 13th inning single. His lone hit of the series. Oh, 1.
Good pitch there.
And the Nationals down to their last strike once again.
I don't know if it could be too gutsy, anticipating another breaking ball, maybe try and steal bag with 2 strikes. Get the scoring position, 0-2 count.
The 0-2 home. So this one is seconds away from becoming a 2-day affair. The game that started at 5:30 Eastern, just after 5:30 Eastern on October 4th. And there we are. It is October 5. Bruce Bochy showing extreme faith in his rookie right-hander. Yielded a couple of home runs in his postseason debut yesterday. Called on to secure a 2-1 18-inning victory in Game 2 tonight. He's a strike away from doing it. And Worth sticking around.
Well, he's so good, man. He is so good with 2 strikes. They have pitched him tough. Both him and LaRoche, they've really done a nice job at the meat of the order for the Nationals, as the Nationals are pulling out all the tricks now.
Jason Worth edition rally gnome. Still 1-2. Worth is the winning run with 2 out in the last of the 18th. Rendon off first. 2-2. If it goes any further, Adam LaRoche will have another opportunity.
Why not?
The 2-2 pitch. Worth sends the ball out to right center. And that is that. Hunter Pence is there to make the catch, and this series goes back to San Francisco with the Giants in command. A one-run win in the opener. A come-from-behind, one-run, 18-inning win tonight. In 6 hours and 23 minutes, the longest postseason game in Major League history, the Giants have stolen another in D.C.
Never thought I would say 10 in a row. I never thought I'd see 10 in a row with the way this game was going. Nationals have been through a lot. They're really going to have to dig deep and really put their mental toughness to the test, if you will. This is one for the ages right here, this game.
Not only is this the Giants' 10th consecutive postseason win, it's their 6th straight postseason road victory. That's a National League record. And Bruce Bochy's postseason success in orange and black continues. Brandon Belt, one of the heroes. It was his dramatic home run in the top of the 18th. That's the game-winning run. And J.P. Morosi is standing by with tonight's San Francisco hero.
Thanks, Matt. Brandon, your home run clinched the longest postseason game in MLB history by time. Your reaction seemed to be one of almost relief. What did you think as you saw that ball go out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was a hard effort by both teams. It's just nice to see that ball go over the fence. But at that point, we knew it wasn't over. I mean, the way this game was going, we could have gone another 5 innings. So we're just happy to get out of it alive and get back to San Francisco.
You know, at 8:30 tonight, it looked like Jordan Zimmerman was about to complete his game, his shutout. Here we are after midnight. You guys have won now your 10th straight postseason win. What does that say about the resolve of this team?
There's a lot. I mean, we just have up and down the order. Just people just grinding it out, battling. Rookies, veterans, doesn't matter. Just had great at-bats in that last inning, kept us in the game. We just battled our butts off today. It's freaking awesome. I'm glad it ended up working out in our favor.
Brandon, now you go back to San Francisco, 2-0 lead. Madison Bumgarner on the mound in Game 3. How much confidence will you have on that long flight back to the West Coast?
We're going to have confidence, but we're not going to take anything for granted. This is a tough squad we're playing, and we've seen people come back down 0-2. We did it ourselves in 2012, so we're going to go out there and grind it out next time just like we did today.
Brandon, get some rest. Thanks very much. Back to you, Matt.
All right, JP, thanks. John, an amazing night tonight. The longest postseason game in Major League history. The Giants take a commanding 2-0 lead back home, and they've got Madison Bumgarner ready to go in Game 3.
Yeah, again, the formula for the Giants is the underdog, and they are just, they find ways to win.
A long night of baseball is over in D.C. A weary home crowd files out. 2-0 Giants is where the series stands. Let's send it to Chris Myers back at the Fox Sports 1 studios.
Right there.
You're close to straight, too.
Yeah, I'm stepping up.
I thought the other guy was trying to get behind me. I knew there was one more left, but I thought he was going to try to get behind me.
When it was like 1, 2, 3.
If I knew it was going to be a dumbass like that, I would have kept shooting. Look, I'm trying to get, look at the backside. So I got away from my shooter.
Okay.
They're in the 7-20 plan. The kid in second, he's the co-leader, and the kid at the bottom, he's the leader. Okay, I'm going B. Well, I'm going, yeah. They just blast me from wherever they do. Hold on, Lily. Hi.
Only 2 left.
Going over here.
Yeah, be there. at B. They're at B. They're at B. There we go. Good shit.
Ready for the next round.
He's gone.
Stop looking for him, Chaotic. They'll come to you, bro.
I was behind this kid. I was killed him if he didn't come.
Chaotic, kill him.
Because I was using the LG at first.
Kill him was just standing right there, and they all came to him.
Search and destroy.
Okay, I'm gonna grab bomb. We're going A again.
Clear the objective. Charge quiet.
We're gonna go A until they stop us. They did not stop us last time. We planted.
베이비 콜라겐으로
Get out of here. You're so bad.
Okay, I'm gonna plant. Watch my back, Chaotic.
Oh, he's stayed in you. Guys, see him? Challenge us. He's distracted. Oh.
Ready for the next round.
Put it back. That's old. Fold it back. Oh, it's old.
Operation ready.
Put it back,
I'm
Lily.
watching A again.
Defend the objective.
Just wait for them to come to you, Cal. They will come to you, bro.
Dude, he's on the ground. I thought you were going up there. Oh, he died. Bottom brown. Wait for him. Kill him.
All others dead. It's up to you.
Alright, this time we're gonna change it up a little bit, guys.
Hey, I'll grab him after
This time we're gonna
game.
change it up a little bit. I'm gonna grab bomb. We're all gonna go into green. We're all gonna go into green. Two watch the flank, and then two watch the front. We're all going into green this time. You're not gonna expect it. I'm gonna grab bomb. We're gonna go into green.
Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can get him. Kill one off. Grandma.
Go into green, guys. Killing. Get into green.
No.
AZ, get into green.
Give it to me.
Gas.
Get into fucking green, man.
Thank you.
Fuck.
One kill left. Professor push up.
You sure that Carl's following you all day?
So she picked me up, buddy.
It's registered to a company called Liebendow Enterprise.
The bomb away.
Where you want to go, A or B?
Alright, turn.
Where is he?
Hello.
Finish the mission. You're all that remains.
Look at the wall. Right there, statue. There's plant. And go in yellow.
Go into yellow?
Yeah, put your shield down. It's actually pretty smart to watch it.
On top?
Yellow was behind you, but okay. This is brown. Watch your back. I can't see bombs in there. Oh. Yellow's that one that's like right behind you. The one you win was brown.
Just say the meat market. Say meat market, grandmas are blue.
We lost that round, but not over yet. Step up.
God is just a theory.
On my screen, that guy wasn't even shooting me when I was there. He was shooting me when I was there.
Mission time extended.
I'm skipping my game up. We all try. I'm not trying to lose.
Protect the objective.
Isn't this our first game?
Yep. Watch the bombs. I think our second.
That's Fred's customary
No, it's our first.
Or second. First was the search.
Oh yeah, it's first. No. I'm dead. Let's nade.
Come on, guys.
Are you kidding? Keep behind you. I heard him.
Ah!
Oh God. It's our first game.
We can lose one. We can't lose more than one.
But don't that, really. They're expensive. Here, have this. What, Lily? What? Game? I'm so tired. Should've got on.
Drink some water, bro.
I did.
Drink more.
Lily, in a couple games you can watch Netflix.
Do I know you?
What?
Charlie, Jeff's friend? Oh, come on, don't break my heart.
He wants you, really?
Well, we were both pretty wasted.
Wonder.
Just up there.
Oh, shit.
She licking?
It's wild.
Wow,
How do we lose against Scrubs? Kids made me straight through mid. Hey, these are the same kids.
Yeah, maybe.
The 720? And they broke.
I'm meeting some people.
Well, some other time.
Some other time.
Do it here.
What?
Professor. I'm not gonna take it off. I can't.
Back up.
I can't. It's already started.
After this game.
Okay. What is this? Hard point. I'm really tired. Woke up really early in the morning. Oh, really? Okay. Camping corners.
If I'm right, someone killed 4 random people so no one looked directly at them. If I'm right, just say the name that you killed. Hard point contested. Then don't be scared.
Oh, one of the 720 kids left.
We're losing this fight.
I had the other kids go in there. Like one of them broke, another one didn't leave. He's coming in. Lily, after this game, we'll watch Netflix, okay? Yeah.
I don't think I think there's a corner there.
What you want to watch? These guys, they're mean. Hold that down, dude. Oh, what's on the neck? Let's go. Oh, you're already here.
Maybe we need a bigger gun.
That's our teammate. Say hi to him. Nice, Lily. Coming upstairs. You think I need this gun? This one? This one? This one? We're doing that one, okay? It's this gun. MSC.
I just don't want to do that.
Which one? That one's already made. It's on the class that I made. This one? This one? This one? This one? Okay, mate. Hey, top round. I'll kill him.
It's better.
I do.
Use that gun?
Huh?
Do you want to use that gun?
Sure.
It's pretty jolly.
Like it? It's already rotated. It'll roll. I just saw it kick in mid. Oh, it's top grandma. Probably looking for a gun anyway.
Watch boxes.
Okay, coming. There. Hey, boxes. I can see him right now. And Murray at next. We're at next, it doesn't matter. I got bottom brow. So you don't gotta worry about brow. Wait, top brown? He must have got here before I even came up. Man, that's Lily. Yeah. No. Mine. Got myself.
I love banana.
Nice, Lily. Nice. That's nice. Hey, get open that.
Is your little sister be in bed, bro?
Not my sister. It's my cousin. And yeah. She'll be asleep on her last night.
Way too late for her.
I'm about to drop another cell. I don't care. I got another cell phone these days. I think they're calling cracker. I'm rotating. spawning gas and they're shooting at it. Myself. Good using ACOG on the AN94. ACOG on an extended lag. You. Dang, self. Often. Self is wrecking this though. GG. A little bit more I heard him. Did you try it again? What if it's old?
Are you out or what?
Yeah.
You out? Alright. I'm gonna take a little break too. Hey, killing him. I'm gonna take a little break, AZ killing.
I'll play with you tomorrow though.
Alright, man. Peace out.
Yeah. Go for stuff. Really, the funny.
I don't believe it.
Take a break for a little while, killing. I'll be back in a little bit. But if you want to stay here while I take a break, it's
where
cool.
he threatened her boss. The car he was driving tonight belonged to a friend of Jeb Oliver's. The man he assaulted.
No, those guys assaulted Richard.
Richard put 3 more men in the hospital this afternoon at Jeb Oliver's place. After arriving in Jeb Oliver's car. And Jeb hasn't been seen since he left the hospital. Helen, if you know where Richard is, you need to tell us.
I don't know where he is. I've not seen him since he left my office a few hours ago.
I think she's telling the truth.
Oh, you think that? Fuck you.
Hey, I told you not to go near him.
You come into my home and you treat me like I'm an accessory.
Come on. I'm not done.
You're both done. Just get out. This is Helen.
I'm guessing the police are there?
Yep.
By your response, I'm guessing I have about 30 seconds before you hand the phone.
Is that?
If you believe someone can frame Laura, you have to believe they can do the same to me.
I suppose that's possible.
She was a sweet kid, Helen. And they killed her because of me. They want me to run. Yeah, I won't.
Let me finish this.
No, that's not a good idea.
Listen, 2 things. One, I stole your car. If you want to end this, just hang up the phone to report it missing, and I'll understand.
And anything else?
I thought I'd be pushing if I mentioned this earlier. Now I guess all bets are off. You need to watch what you say to Emerson, your father. I think one of them is there.
All right.
Ended yesterday. San Francisco fans are hoping that another streak starts tonight. And welcome to AT&T Park for Game 4 of the NL Division Series between the Washington Nationals and the San Francisco Giants. Well, Welcome inside the broadcast booth with John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. In a short 5-game division series, momentum is fickle. And in that what have you done for me lately dynamic, the lately is with the Washington Nationals, hoping that they stem the tide in this series.
Yeah, you never know which moment or which play is going to turn it for them. And it came to Ramos not bunting in 3 years. He got a bunt down. That opened really the gate for the Nationals. They get 3 runs in the 7th. They're trying to ride that momentum. Maybe that helps their offense get going, and they're going to need that if they're going to extend it to Game 5.
Yeah, let's talk about the pitching assignments for Game 4. Ryan Vogelsong struggled down the stretch for the Giants. He has been, however, a big fall performer for them in the past.
That's what they're hoping they get. 13 losses, 2 runs or less. Really a clouded record, but they're hoping that he can regain that postseason magic where 5 starts, only 1 run given up in those starts. For them to eliminate the Nationals, they need Vogelsong to be very, very good.
So if Ryan Vogelsong struggled down the stretch, his opposite number, Gio Gonzalez, was terrific in the second half of the season, threw the ball very well.
Yeah, second half was great. Fastball command's going to be a key. He's a guy that uses his curveball as a weapon. 4 left-handers in the Giants lineup look for that curveball to be vital. But he's going to have to control his emotions. He's an emotional guy, and see if that can happen for the Nationals again to continue playing.
Nationals might have some momentum with yesterday's win, but the Giants have a 2-1 advantage in this best of 5. And this crowd hoping that this series ends tonight. Lineups and opening pitch next.
You got some fine shooters here.
Fine as frogs here. Rare, too. Because most of them fellas out there can't shoot worth a damn. You ask them to put 3 rounds in a black, well, they'll suck it.
Looking for the owner.
That'll be me, Martin Cash.
Aaron Ward.
Indeed, for Mr. Ward. Ward?
I'm looking for a friend of mine who served in Iraq. I just dropped off the grid, you know.
That happens.
You know, he's a shooter. Last I heard he lived around here somewhere.
When did you get out of the Army?
I didn't say the Army.
Well, you said you served with him, you know, jarhead. Man on a flying horse could see that.
Well, my father was in the Corps, if that helps.
Yeah, makes you half human. Your friend got a name?
James Barr.
Barr. Never heard of him.
I think you have. I think you've been dreading the moment some cop comes in here asking after him. Because it's for sure some soccer mom around here is more worried about your range than she is about the pool in her backyard. Or the drain cleaner under her sink. Wouldn't matter to her if Barr did his killing 100 miles away. If only that he came here to rehearse. She'd have a case to shut you down. And nothing better to do.
What do you want?
I want to know who Barr's friends were.
Those boys out there, they're mighty touchy when it comes to the constitutional rights. Suppose I tell them a cop is in here asking after my members.
I'm not a cop.
What are you?
I work for Barr's attorney. We have reason to believe he's innocent.
How do you say?
Be that as it may, I'm the only one who's bothered to track him this far. You help me out, I'll be in your debt.
DC as Jake Peavy would set the tone for stingy starting pitching, and the visiting Giants hung on to a 1-run win. The following night, an even bigger challenge for hitters. The Giants tied it with 2 out in the 9th, and Game 2 was on its way to becoming the longest in postseason history. So facing elimination yesterday in San Francisco, the Nationals responded. Washington hoping that a sack-bunted bad throw can turn the series. After tonight, the Nationals return to D.C. Will the Giants be heading there with them? Well, Ryan Vogelsong, Buster Posey and company certainly hope not. They'd like this to end tonight, much like the other NL Division Series ended in 4. The Cardinals' shocking come-from-behind win over Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers, ending Los Angeles' season. In fact, the roar here in San Francisco confirmed the long-standing dislike between Giants fans and everything blue in Southern California. In fact, the only thing that would make this crowd happier than a Dodger loss is to add a Giants win to it on the same day. Now, Bruce Bochy put together a starting lineup that looks like this, or rather, Matt Williams put together a starting lineup that looks like this. The National starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Span, Rendon, and Worth. LaRoche, Desmond, and Harper. Ramos and Cabrera, and then the pitcher Gio Gonzalez. And if it looks familiar to you, it's because Matt Williams has not changed a thing, save, of course, his number 9 pitcher and starting, his number 9 hitter, rather, and starting pitcher. And on the mound starting for the Giants, the 37-year-old veteran right-hander Ryan Vogelsong.
Yeah, Ryan Vogelsong, look at that year. The numbers are a little bit deceiving. 13 losses. 16 times he pitched 2 runs or less. So you see the record there. And the ERA, it's one of those years that we're talking to Bruce Bochy. They said if something could go wrong, it went wrong for Ryan Vogelsong. But they're hoping that nothing goes wrong in the postseason, as he has been very, very good in the postseason.
Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Denard Span ready to start things out in Game 4. We had the note earlier on the pregame show. 11 of the 51 teams that have been down 0-2 in a league division series have come back to force a Game 5. And as Matt Williams told us before the game tonight, one game, one moment at a time when you're faced with a back-to-the-wall deficit like the one that the Washington Nationals are still looking at. Yes, they have some momentum after the win yesterday, but this is still an elimination game for the Nats. Game 4 is underway.
One thing to look for when you're seeing Vogelsong, he's going to attack with fastballs and cutters. He really doesn't have a put-away pitch, so some counts can be extended. He has to pitch ahead. When he's ahead of the count, much better than when he's behind. A big average when the count does not favor him.
But 0-1 to Span is fouled away. Saw Pablo Sandoval in at third base. He will retreat now and play even with the bag on a 2-strike count to Denard Span. A couple of hits yesterday for the Washington leadoff hitter. Something that Matt Williams felt was imperative for his team to get back in it. Span putting to bed a troubling 0 for 12 to begin this postseason. The 0-2.
He will throw a curveball at about 77 miles an hour, 12-6 action, but mostly hard with the slider that is really a cutter. Change up at 84 to 82 miles an hour. And as I mentioned, he's deadly when he's ahead of the count at a 150 opponent's batting average against.
And the 1-2 to Span records the first out of the night.
There's an outside fastball dot in the outside corner. He's going to need the low strike zone. Hunter Wendelstedt, a low ball umpire for the most part. So if he gets that pitch and he can move it in and out with the fastball, that'll be a good recipe of success for Ryan Vogelsong. I mentioned what he was ahead of the count. Behind in the count, they're hitting .342. That is a huge difference, Matt, between being ahead in the count and behind. That's a big gap. And look for the Nationals to exploit that if they can.
Here's Anthony Rendon now with one away. The Washington third baseman has been, without question, the Nationals' best offensive threat in the series. 7 for 15 in the 3 games combined. That includes a 4-hit game 2 that went down in vain. To 2-0, and to your point, John, we'll get to see now Vogelsong behind in the count and see what kind of effect it has on this plate appearance.
Well, when hitters put the ball in play on a 2-0 count, 6-11 average. 6-11. That's the count he has to stay away from. 2-0.
It's the count he's in, and his 2-0 pitch home to Rendon is in for a strike. Ryan Vogelsong's last regular season assignment came back on September 26th, so considerable time between starts. And as we mentioned, he was not sharp down the stretch. We put the numbers on your screen as we went on the air. 0-4 in those final 5 starts. And the opponents, it was the Rockies, 2 games against the Diamondbacks and 2 games against the Padres. None of the teams in that group would be considered offensive giants. 3 balls and a strike to Anthony Rendon. Out to right center field. Gregor Blanco out there once again tonight, 2 away.
Here's a guy, Matt, that I'm going to think in Worth. I know we talk about the amount of pitches he takes per at bat, but he's going to have to be a little more aggressive. He's taking a lot of pitches, getting deep in counts, and adding that pitch total, but it hasn't related into many hits. 071 in this brief series. So I would anticipate his aggressiveness being a little bit more in this game.
The Nationals' most experienced postseason player, almost 200 postseason at-bats. And as John mentions, only 1 for 14 against the Giants in this series.
You can almost tell he wanted to, but a pitch away, he decided that he's only looking for one on the inner half down that he can drive early in the count.
A ball and a strike to count to Jason Worth. The discussion has been made with a lot of postseason pitchers this year about their ability, their seeming ability to end the regular season in bad shape and then flip the switch. Justin Verlander had done it the past couple of years, was not successful in doing that this season, the Tigers having been swept by Baltimore. But Ryan Vogelsong, according to Bruce Bochy, was one of those guys when he had the great 2012 postseason. He did not end that regular season in real good shape. And Bochy and the Giants didn't really know what they were going to get in the postseason. As it turns out, he was splendid then, and a big reason why they won the World Series. 2-2.
Well, there's the example right there. Worth is a big guy, of course, and he's looking up in the zone. And this low pitch right here is going to be tough to hit. That's the bottom of the zone, probably borderline a ball to a hitter. So that low pitch is going to be crucial for both pitchers, but especially Ryan.
And what's new? A full count to Jason Worth. 13 of Worth's 16 plate appearances in this series have gone 4 or more pitches. We've talked about it throughout the series. We saw Adam LaRoche. He waits on deck with 2 away. Here's the payoff pitch.
At some point, though, during this game, he's going to have to make them pay. In other words, they have a free strike almost, it seems like, against Worth. They can get ahead of him, and then he battles, and they're always trying to make real good pitches. But at some point in this game, he's going to have an opportunity to drive the ball early, and I think he's going to have to change that scouting report a little bit.
The next 3-2 is up for ball 4. So a patient plate appearance works out for Washington as Jason Worth draws the base on balls and sets up Adam LaRoche with a runner aboard and 2 gone. So from Washington's most patient hitter to their leading run producer, LaRoche with 20 home runs and a team best 92 RBIs during the course of the regular season. He too has been neutralized in this series, like Worth, just 1 for 14.
Well, they've been doing a good job of staying away from in. Adam LaRoche loves to pull the ball, evidence of the shifts. And they've done a nice job making him go and expand the strike zone away. And when Adam hits it on the ground, it usually results in an out.
Strike one to LaRoche. Stingy pitching has been the theme in this series. Make no mistake. A pair of one-run games, games 1 and 2 in Washington. An unusual way in which the Nationals got on the board for a crooked number yesterday in game 3. And we'll talk about the potential importance of that sacrifice bunt and error as we continue today. We'll also talk about pitching options if a game 5 is needed in D.C. in 2 nights. And it's 2 balls and a strike to LaRoche.
You know, I know it's only 3 games in, but you could make the same argument for both teams. Man, they're lucky to be only 2-1 down, or they're lucky to be 2 up to 1, because it really is revolved around pitching. There hasn't been a lot of offense, and the way the games have gone, you could see a flip of the coin with the momentum switching either way. It's really an odd series for each team with no offense, good pitching, and executing an individual play.
Part of a postseason in general that has defied description. I mean, how many folks thought Clayton Kershaw would have a pair of leads in the 7th inning or later, and the Dodgers would lose both of those games? How many people saw the Angels getting swept right out of the postseason? Or the Tigers? Full count, 3-2 to LaRoche.
LaRoche trying to do one thing there. His swing got awfully big on a 3-1 count.
Back-to-back full counts with 2 out. Vogelsong trying to strand that runner at first. Into the opposite field for Perez to retire the side. Indeed, a runner left stranded. Underway in San Francisco. Washington 0. Giants coming to bat.
If I had $1 for every time the Army called the Corps for help.
You have something for me?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're kidding, right?
Just because I saw you shoot 10 years ago, doesn't mean that you killed some asshole with my gun.
I told you how serious this was.
Yeah, I showed up, didn't I? So let's get to it. Now your shooter will be right up there behind those lights. Okay. He can cover both roads coming and going, and kill you just as soon as you stand up.
Well, can you take him out?
What, the dinner you mean? Look, I don't know the type of people you normally associate with, Feature. But I'm out of the habit of driving out to the boonies at the drop of a hat and just picking off some total strangers, all right? Anyway, I can't see anything, never that myself.
So shoot him out.
Yeah, sure. And then he knows right where I am. I will set myself on fire. No, sir. I'll start shooting when he does.
And how do you propose we get him started?
Well, you could always start running.
What's wrong with your eye?
Saving my night vision.
Gunny, you mind if I ask you kind of a personal question?
Well, you don't think I can shoot anymore?
It is a perishable skill.
Yeah, well, the sun will be up in an hour. So go.
heard them call you the Zek. That means prisoner. Yes. Tell me, killing all those people, I have to believe the money you're making can't possibly be enough to just...
Enough. There is no such thing. We take...
Francisco Bay Area baseball tradition are bound to change. Ideal at the moment. But some of these shots will give you an idea about the changing winds. You saw that the wind on the bay outside of McCovey Cove pushing toward foul territory and right, and then the wind in the outfield stiffening up the flags to straightaway center. Conditions we will monitor throughout the telecast. Gio Gonzalez underway, the 29-year-old left-hander making his 2014 postseason debut. A veteran of a pair of postseason starts back in 2012, his first year as a National. Former 21-game winner who finished this season at an even 500, but in the what have you done for me lately dynamic of how we judge players into the postseason, Gonzalez was great down the stretch, as we talked about. The 1-1 to Gregor Blanco is fouled away.
And a big key for him is going to be the first inning. He's had a rough time this year in the first inning, a 6 ERA. If he can get through the first inning, everything else falls in place. And we're going to talk about that killer curveball. He has a pitch to get somebody out, to strike him out, unlike Vogelsong working the count. So there's few more weapons.
We will also post the Giants lineup for you in just a moment. A couple of adjustments for Bruce Bochy, and it's the first time either manager has given even a wrinkle to his lineup.
And the similarities continue with this pitching thing. He loves pitching ahead as well. 135 against when he is ahead in the count, and 330 behind. So almost 200-point difference. You can see working ahead advantageous for both of these pitchers tonight.
2-2 to Gregor Blanco. Line softly into the opposite field. On comes Bryce Harper to make the catch. Let's take a look at the rest of the Giants lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Mott's. After Blanco, another left-handed bat in Joe Panic. Posey, Pence, and Sandoval 3 through 5. Left-handers Belton, Crawford 6 and 7. Juan Perez gets a start in left instead of Travis Ishikawa, who had started each of the first 3 games. And then Ryan Vogelsong, the pitcher, bats number 9. We were talking about this dynamic earlier, John, before we went on the air. Is a lot of people were guessing as to what changes, if any, Bruce Bochy would make to his Game 4 lineup card. He doesn't have a lot of options based on a very young bench. So as a result, you get 2 left-handed hitters to start the game against the southpaw Gio Gonzalez. Joe Panic grounds to second, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, and I thought that's a huge advantage for Gio Gonzalez. Rarely will he ever start a game where he's going to face 2 left-handers to start to get his feeling going. And there isn't a lot of options for Bruce. But this curveball that Gio will possess and throw, we'll find out if these left-handers can stay off of it.
Middle of any lineup, of course, crucial to a team's success. But the middle of the Giants lineup tonight against Gonzalez, with really their best right-handed options in Posey and Pence, have to be productive tonight for San Francisco.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of pressure on the right-handers in this lineup. You know, it's interesting, you know, later in Glavin's career, Hall of Fame pitcher, they started using more left-handers because that would take away the changeup from Glavin. Well, here, you can't really take away a curveball when you're putting left-handers in. So you're adding to his ability to go to certain parts of the lineup for successful strikeouts. So the top of the lineup and then the bottom of the lineup are 2 areas. If you get in trouble, you can pitch around to get to these left-handers.
1-1 to Buster Posey is lined into left to base hit. Buster Posey now 6 for 15 in this LDS.
The only unknown for Matt Williams as you watch this replay, and this guy's got one of the prettier swings in the game, lines a base hit, is whether or not Gio's going to have his command. And early on, it looks like he does have his command. Is that what Bruce Bochy may have been banking on, even with the left-handers? If he doesn't command his fastball, it doesn't matter if you're right or left-handed. But early on, it's a good point for him.
So now Hunter Pence, 4 for 15 in the first 3 games in this set. Pence had a ninth-inning double yesterday that looked as though it will be a part of some real late dramatics. Another base hit to left. So a big early moment in this game now with runners at first and second and 2 gone for Pablo Sandoval. And that's the other change that Bruce Bochy made to his lineup tonight. He flip-flopped Pence and Sandoval, something he does often against left-handed starters, simply because Pablo Sandoval has not been as effective from the right side of the plate.
And I know it's only the first inning, but if the count doesn't go in Gio Gonzalez's favor, he has a left-hander on deck that he can go to with the bases loaded. Don't give in. You have to think differently in a postseason game, because normally in a regular season game, you don't even think about first and second, 2 outs, who's on deck. You're just concentrating on the hitter. But in this scenario with the left-handers on deck, if the count doesn't go the way he wants, he can actually pitch around Pablo.
We talk about Sandoval's work as a right-handed hitter. For whatever reason, he regressed statistically this year. Over a 3-year period that ended in 2013, he was a .283 batter against southpaws. That is from the right side of the plate. This year, for whatever reason, down to a .99. Some of the drop-off documented there. Here's the 1-1 to him. Into right for Jason Worth to retire the side. A pair of 2-out singles left stranded onto the second. No score in San Francisco. Budweiser. A runner left stranded in the top of the first. 2 laid waste in the bottom of the inning. We go to the second without a score. Back with John Smoltz and FoxSports.com senior writer J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian in San Francisco. It'll be Ian Desmond, Bryce Harper, and Wilson Ramos here in the second for the visiting Nationals. Desmond 2 for 14 in the first 3 games of the series, and if you get tired of those numbers and we start to sound like a broken record, we apologize. Them's the facts, folks. Neither lineup has mustered much in this series so far, so you're not going to find big, meaty, mid-90s like totals throughout the first 3 games anywhere on either lineup. 0-2 to Desmond.
Early on, Vogelsong, such easy mechanics. Of course, you're always wanting to be locked in. He's had some rest, but his fastball has picked up some miles per hour, and so far the command early on has been good. You look for different things, especially a pitching coach, seeing how quiet his hands are going to be and how quiet his front shoulder is going to be. And when the moment gets amped up, do those components start speeding up? Not a good thing if they do.
Vogelsong doing a good job of establishing strikes early in the count. 4 of the 5 hitters he has faced have been issued strike 1 on the first pitch. Desmond taking a little time, now ready on 0-2. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Had a big afternoon here yesterday in Game 3. A home run and a couple of terrific plays in left as Desmond pokes that ball out to left field for Perez. We welcome JP Morosi from FoxSports.com. And JP, Bryce Harper had a big day yesterday, something that the Nationals would like to say they've seen coming all along.
No question, Matt. Harper had a down year for a player of his ability, but when I asked Matt Williams, the Nationals manager, and also Nationals GM Mike Rizzo why he's played so much better in this series, their answer was the same. He is healthy now. He missed a lot of the season with left thumb surgery. Certainly now he has the reps. He's playing now like they expected he would all season long.
Digging in here with the bases empty and 1 gone. The results have certainly been there on both sides of the scorecard, JP. 2 home runs in the series. Offering at the first pitch here and sending a fly ball out to Blanco in center. Neither one of his home runs have been what you call cheapies. Game 1 in D.C. Into the night and on to the top tank. And then yesterday to make it 4-0. A solo shot against Gene Machi that almost snuck out into McCovey Cove.
Well, he saw a first pitch changeup right there, and he just got out in front enough to miss hitting another home run, anticipating fastballs, which he rarely will get on the first pitch. He recognized that maybe being a fastball. Good choice of pitches for Vogelsong.
Here's Wilson Ramos now. If you look at what Ramos has done on paper in the series, 1 for 13, 6 strikeouts, you might try to assign a little blame in the Nationals' 2-1 deficit. It's really just the opposite. Not only did Ramos catch all 18 in D.C. on Saturday night, he was responsible for what could be the biggest moment of the series should the Nationals go on to win in 5 games. A sac bunt yesterday, executing it on 2 strikes. That led to the runs and the eventual win. He grounds out here, part of a 1-2-3 second for Ryan Vogelsong.
sorted out. And I hear you have a number of the local DA.
But what happens to you in the meantime?
I keep same as always.
Wait, is that my car?
This a lady? No drug? Mark Cash. Pleasure. Look like hell there, Army.
You asked if I was afraid I'd end up like Bart. I'm not. I'm afraid I'll end up like this guy.
There's a lot of dead bodies out here, so let's get to it.
Let's probably go.
Wait, that's it? It's just over?
You already counseled.
No. What have I done to you? How have I hurt you?
Oh, you don't need me. No, you won't.
Get her number, let's go.
If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
You ever been in a blimp, Matty?
Have not. Have no intentions of doing so.
Really?
Thank
It's
you.
not on your bucket list?
No.
Oh, I think it'd be cool. Just give me a parachute. Let me go in there. Just in case.
See, that's you, though. I could see that. On a day before you made a postseason start, even. Brandon Belt leads things off in the Giants half of the second. Call the ball, Maverick, and Adam LaRoche coming in and just flipping the glove out to make a tough chance look easy.
I'm telling you, Adam LaRoche is the smoothest first baseman you will see. He doesn't do anything in a hurry. He doesn't panic. He comes in late, and he's just going to get a little easy little glove catch around the mound, which, by the way, I'm going to go on record say every pitcher should catch. Come on, if you can't catch a pop-up and it's your... Who wants it more than the pitcher? And I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to let it go.
I don't want to take you any further down that road. We'll lose you. It's only the second inning.
You will.
Here's Brandon Crawford now with one away. Crawford hitless yesterday. 3 for 13 in the series. And again, into that part of the lineup, back-to-back left-handed hitters that one would guess on paper at least would tip a little advantage to Gio Gonzalez.
Well, you know, this is a little unconventional mechanics. I'm going to give you a look at Gio Gonzalez. He's the one guy that you can see the jersey number if you're the hitter, especially left-handers. Look at this. You can see the whole jersey. He hides it well, so that angle and that curveball makes it tough on left-handers. A bit of Louis Tion, if you will, and he'll get even more animated. And the one thing to watch, though, is if he's got that tilt or that turn a little too much and aggressively, that'll also take his arm away, and that will create some control problems at times. But he looks completely in sync with his mechanics.
How about Johnny Cueto for a right-handed current comp?
Absolutely. It works for him. It allows him to gather his arm and balance and everything that he has going for him. But awfully tough on left-handers for that view that you see.
2-2 to Brandon Crawford. Into the opposite field, a base hit. For his part, Brandon Crawford's been very good against left-handed pitching this year. End of the regular season, a .320 hitter against southpaws. The third highest in the game among left-handed batters.
It's crazy how that works out for some guys. Some guys just get too pull happy or aggressive on the right side, meaning the right-hand pitcher, and maybe this keeps him in. Keeps his hands back, lets the ball travel more against the left-hander because you almost have to.
So now Juan Perez with a one-out base runner aboard. Perez could hold the key here tonight for the Giants, batting in the 8th spot and getting a spot start in left. That's the only real matchup play that Bruce Bochy made against the southpaw Gonzalez tonight. Travis Ishikawa sits to start the ball game. Perez ended the regular season just 2 for his last 27. And it's that wild card type player, that X factor, that has the ability to really make a little difference tonight.
Well, he had to do something. That would have added another left-hander in the lineup against Gio. There was one other move he could have made, put Suzak behind the plate.
And that would have put Posey at first, you're suggesting, and you sit Belt tonight?
Yeah, if he wanted to keep Ishikawa, but he could have done both and added and taken away one more left-hander. But the Giants are what they are. They don't have the prototypical bench in the National League where you can go to and find a lot of offense, per se.
1-2 pitch back to Gonzalez. It takes a weird hop, and everybody's safe.
In fairness to Gonzalez, this ball had tremendous spin on it. He thought it was going to make a real, a bounce that you're used to. This ball, it has spin. It takes one more hop and then scoots. Part of the problem at this time of the year, trying to make the play happen quicker than you want to, trying to turn two per se. But this spin makes it look like an even, obvious play, not so obvious. And the Giants get a chance to have their pitcher move the runners over with a potential bunt here with one out.
So Vogelsong trying to shut up Gregor Blanco next, and this feeds right into what you talked about earlier, John. It looks like duress for Gio Gonzalez. He needs to only neutralize the pitcher who'll be sacrificing, and then Gregor Blanco waiting on deck, who's 1 for 15 in the series and not particularly good against left-handed pitching. First things first, he comes after Vogelsong and misses. A ball and no strikes.
I know a lot of people are sitting at home and going, that ball was not hit that hard. How could he not make that play? And probably a counter argument to why pitchers shouldn't catch pop-ups. That particular play, there was a lot of spin on the ball, and he was setting himself up to throw to second base probably before he caught the ball in his glove.
And Vogelsong gets the bunt down here. It's a perfect bunt. In fact, so good, everybody's saying.
Well, you got to bunt it to the third baseman, of course, to make this runners move up. But the third baseman's got to take charge here. This is going to be an easier play for him than it is for a left-handed pitcher. A little bit of miscommunication right here. You see Rendon, he should just keep coming in and call him off. But he's calling where to go with the ball instead of taking command and take this ball.
And now Gregor Blanco with the bases loaded and one away.
I know a lot of people don't like the bunt. That's an obvious bunt situation with the pitcher, but wouldn't it be ironic that 2 straight days that a bunt comes into a chaotic inning, if that's the case? An error, a bunt that should have been handled, now you have the bases loaded.
This has been a trouble spot for the Giants all series long, despite their 2-1 lead. With runners in scoring positions, they are 5 for 31. And it's 3 balls and no strikes to Gregor Blanco. Gio Gonzalez has been known to walk a few guys.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pitch right there. He didn't get the benefit of the call. Now he'll just set up and try to throw it right down the middle.
The 3-0. 12-4, he walked in a run. Here comes pitching coach Steve McCann. He wants to settle down his left-hander, who is prone to emotion. An RBI for Gregor Blanco on the bases loaded walk. They're still loaded. Fire still hot. Steve McCann doing all the talking here, folks.
Yeah, and it's just a perfect situation to reset the focus of what you got at hand. And now you just got to make good pitches here to panic. You can hit the ball on the ground ball and possibly get a double play. And you see the excitement out of Gregory Blanco. Gregor Blanco was able to stay off that 2-0 pitch. And then it was going to get to 3-2, I think, before he swung again.
So now Joe Panik, hitless in his last 12 at-bats in the series. Postseason got off to such a terrific start with 3 hits in the wild card game last Wednesday. You know, just to follow up the thought on Gio Gonzalez, he's made 2 previous postseason appearances, both of them in the 2012 Division Series against the Cardinals. And in his first, he walked 7 batters in 5 innings. Matt Williams told us before the game that the leash will be relatively short. Obviously, you're in an elimination situation, and here we are in the 2nd inning. And Tanner Roark is up in the bullpen for the Nats. Oh, 0-2 to Joe Panik.
Well, in fairness to the situation, more than likely he should have been out of the inning. But when things speed up, you've got to slow it down as a pitcher. And he's able to do that in these first 2 pitches. Now you've got to make the pitch with 2 strikes to either induce a ground ball or get a strikeout.
The 0-2 to Panik is bounced to LaRoche. He'll flip it to Gio Gonzalez covering. A run comes in to score. 2-0 Giants.
Well, they got the ground ball, but it just wasn't hit hard enough. Contact is huge this time of the year. The ability to put the ball in play, we've already seen what happens when you put it in play. You never know if the out is going to be recorded. But if you strike out, you know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to go sit down. And no RBI ever happens with a strikeout.
Former National League MVP Buster Posey now, who on the first pitch bounces it to third for Rendon. And the damage is limited at 2. The Giants playing the small ball station-to-station attack and translating into 2 runs in the 2nd. second inning. Both were unearned, and Gio made a huge pitch to retire Buster Posey. Got him to bite on the first pitch changeup and ground out. If Posey's able to do something in that plate appearance, a base hit makes it 4-0, and there's a very good possibility that San Francisco gets into Washington's bullpen. But Gonzalez made a big pitch, and it's just a 2-run rally in the second. So top half of the third, and Ryan Vogelsong working with the lead will face his Drupal Cabrera. And then the pitcher spot, followed by Denard Span. There's been no stirring on deck yet. Cabrera 3 for 12 with a home run in the series. 1-1.
Well, Gio Gonzalez did a nice job feeding the moment of aggression with the hitter at the plate, making him look like he was going to attack him with a fastball, and gave him a little bit something less, and he pulled it right to the third baseman. Big out.
And Gonzalez will bat next. Cabrera, Gonzalez, and Span. Two balls and a strike. So 2-2 now. You know, there are some similarities between Vogelsong's career trajectory and Gio Gonzalez. Vogelsong was originally a 5th-round draft choice. Gio was a 1st-round supplemental pick, but both of them have been involved in a couple of high-profile deals to get them to their current employers. And a swing and a miss by Cabrera. Second strikeout for Vogelsong tonight. Ryan Vogelsong, drafted by the Pirates, parts of 2 seasons in San Francisco in 2000 and 2001, then was sent to the Pirates in July of 2001 in the deal that netted Jason Schmidt, and a guy that stayed as a staff ace for a few years here. Gio Gonzalez has been involved in a couple of high-profile deals. Originally drafted by the White Sox, sent to the Phillies in the Jim Thome deal a year later. He got to the Nationals in a deal that sent him from Oakland, where he had had some good success on the other side of the bay. A 5-player trade. Tommy Malone, Derek Norris among those that went to Oakland in that acquisition. Life in the big leagues, right? Don't get too comfortable in one zip code. Foul pop that's out of play. Hey, a reminder, caps, hoodies, jackets, and more. Get all the officially licensed gear for every postseason team at the MLB.com shop.
Well, already this crowd's more active than it was yesterday. Giants got the lead. They didn't really score till the 9th. Crowd looking for something to stay up all night long.
Third strikeout of the game for Ryan Vogelsong. I think the fan base here, they're night folks. They like to wear their orange and black. They like to wear the jackets. You pitched at Candlestick. Oh, remember those frigid nights, and the folks would show up for those quad to Candlestick buttons when they stay for extra innings. It was like a badge of honor. Push the crazy crab around. It's a little more well-heeled over here in the quote-unquote new ballpark. Here's Denard Span now with 2 out and the bases empty. Sandoval in at third, as he was early in Span's first plate appearance tonight. Into the opposite field for Perez. 7 in a row retired by Ryan Vogelsong.
지금은 스위스의 지붕 인프라로 이렇게 산과 계곡을 한 번에 즐기는 방법 궁금하시죠? 이런 트레킹 센터폴 아니면 상상이 갈까? 여기는 트레킹의 중심 센터폴입니다. 스위스 트레킹 아웃도어 센터폴.
고추 바사삭은 무슨 맛이야?
입안에 알싸함이 퍼지고 매콤함과 바삭함이 왈츠를 추는 느낌?
5분 고기의 신세계 국내 고추 바사삭 치킨.
아니 쥐가 나서 잠깐 양 뭐라고? 새우와 콩나물 있잖아. 새우와 콩나물. 나도 경찰 싫어해.
Half of the third, Hunter Pence, Pablo Sandoval, and Brandon Belt against Gio Gonzalez. And it's our pleasure to say hello to a four-time All-Star, Giants right-hander Tim Hudson, who joins us here in the bottom half of the third. Tim, first of all, congratulations on such a terrific starting assignment earlier in this series. It has to feel good for you to have a chance to move out of a division series for the first time in your career.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, it does. Yeah, obviously, haven't had a whole lot of luck getting out of the first round, but you know, we put ourselves in a pretty good position here to hopefully, you know, maybe hold on to this one and get on to the next one.
Huddy, you've been through so much. You've overcome so many surgeries, and you know, the rigors of a season take its toll. But how good was it to get that rest before your start in Washington?
You know, it was nice. You know, I was obviously coming in the playoffs. I didn't quite have the September that I wanted, but you know, getting that rest and having a you know, some work on the side with Rags, it really got me back on track, and I felt confident in going out there and giving us a really good chance to win. And you know, playoff time's a different animal. You know, you go out there and you just got to take it to another level and go out there and get the job done.
Tim, your first year here with the Giants, and you're back in a very familiar part of the country. So many great years across the Bay in Oakland. We try to explain the way the Giants go about winning, and it's awfully tough to do just by looking at a stat sheet. So from where you sit, your perspective, how do the Giants do what they've been able to do in postseasons the past few years?
Well, you just got a team full of gamers. You know, guys that know how to win, guys that know how to compete, and just a team full of people that knows understands what it takes to do the little things to go out there and win a ball game. You know, obviously on paper a lot of times it may not be the flashiest thing in the world, but you know, baseball is a crazy thing. You know, if you go out there and play sound fundamentals and pitch the ball and throw the ball and catch the ball, you're gonna have a good chance to beat anybody. And you know, these guys, you know, year in and year out, you know, come playoff time, they know what it takes to answer that call and go out there and get it done.
Timmy, you've been involved in so many historic moments, but can you fathom, you've given me the opportunity now as a broadcaster to call 18 innings. You've done this twice now. I mean, what's that like?
Well, I suppose he was part of the first one.
I know.
I mean, it was, you know what, it was one of those things where, you know, you feel like you're not even part of the game after you come out of the game after, you know, 2.5 hours of the game. Then, you know, 3 hours later, you're sitting in the, you know, you're trying to cheer your teammates on. So, you know, luckily this time I came out on, my team came out on the good end of it. The first time we wasn't so lucky in Atlanta.
Hey, I'm big on personalities for a pitching staff. Have you ever been part of a more country personality of a pitching staff with your 3 guys in the front of the rotation?
No. It's I'll tell you what, man. Our little corner of the locker room where me and Peavy and Bum hang out, it can get pretty country on you for sure. You know, Bum obviously he leads the way. He's a cowboy in every way.
Sam, in terms of a potential Game 5 in this series, you'd be available, Jake Peavy would be available. How in your mind do you prepare for the possibility and what might happen if this thing goes back to D.C.?
Well, you just got to be ready for whenever the manager calls your name, and I feel confident in what Peavy has to offer, and I'll be ready to go as well.
Tim, thanks for the visit. We sure appreciate the time. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Have averaged more than double the run total in this Giants-Nationals series. 8.5 runs scored on average in those other 3 series that are now over. And just over 4 per game on average between the Giants and the Nationals. Just a 2-0 lead for San Francisco as we start the top of the 4th. Anthony Rendon, Jason Worth, and Adam LaRoche here for Washington.
Ryan Vogelsong gets better as every scenario plays out. 0 outs, 308 batting average. And then every situation moving forward, he gets better and better with 1 out and 2 outs, a declining batting average.
A ball and a strike to count to Anthony Rendon. Again, 7 for 16 in this series against the Giants. The 7 hits, by the way, in his first 3 career postseason games came close to tying a career postseason record. A handful of players had posted 8 hits through their first 3 career postseason games. Behind here, a ball and 2 strikes. Vogelsong has struck out 3 tonight.
Well, the one thing you can definitely tell that postseason's different. Average velocity in 2014, 89.7 miles per hour for Ryan Vogelsong. Tonight, 93. So don't tell me that the juices aren't flowing and you don't get amped up at this time of the year.
You know, perhaps that's part of how Vogelsong is able to flip that switch, as we talked about. It's happened before. 2012, as we discussed, was not in real good standing getting into the postseason, and then was brilliant.
Yeah, and again, we talked about in the beginning, put away pitches. He hasn't had one yet. Other than a fastball, I think he's starting to work in that curveball, but everything's hard. He threw some changeups there. But when he gets the 2 strikes, he's gotten there. It's how do you get that hitter out? Where do you go to? And it's that, I call it the secondary pitch touches that you've got to have. When you're amped up with the velocity, you still got to have the touch on your breaking ball and changeup to fool the hitters.
The next 3-2 to Rendon. Swung on and missed. A 91-mile-an-hour fastball for his 4th strikeout of the night.
Yeah, trying to throw a sinker in, trying to bury it under the hands. He ends up getting it out of the middle of the plate, but the velocity up gets Rendon.
So 1 away, and now Jason Worth. Worth drew the 2-out walk and was eventually left stranded back in the 1st inning. Averages of the Giants and Nationals in this series through the first 3 games was 190. That is one of the lowest combined batting averages through 3 games in League Division Series history.
And the pitchers have just been that much better executing a game plan. Seeing the video, seeing the scouting reports, and then getting it to the area of weakness for the hitter, exposing it.
Just missed the corner, did Vogelsong, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
And I call taking your medicine as a starting pitcher. When you've got lineup changes, guys that can make a lineup change like Worth and LaRoche, if it's not in your favor, don't pitch to them and don't allow them to hit the long ball or do damage. And that's what they've done. They've taken the walks. They've allowed them to not get into a big inning situation and get to your favorable matchups.
On the inside corner with a fastball to make it 2-2. Three of the 4 strikeouts for Vogelsong have been of the swinging variety tonight. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And again, defensive swings with 2 strikes. That's what makes Worth real good. But the hard stuff late has kind of messed with them a little bit. They haven't really gone to too many secondary off-speed pitches when they've had 2 strikes on them, which speaks to maybe what he's looking for in that high batting average with 2 strikes. So they're executing a game plan about as well as you can. 1 hit for Jason Worth, 1 hit for Adam LaRoche.
Another full count to Worth. 2 plate appearances, 2 full counts. First one yielded a walk.
That was a real good changeup that he tried to just freeze on the outside part of the plate. Wow, how do you stay off of that if you're Jason Worth?
The 3-2. And Worth pops it up. Posey hoping for a play. And he's got one for round number 2.
Again, fastball late, wasn't exactly where he wanted it, but the velocity overrides the location. And the national hitters have not really gotten on top of his fastball yet. Every once in a while, Ryan Vogelsong will get underneath his fastball trying to get it in. He's trying to sink the ball in and keep it on that plane, and he'll ride it up, and he's gotten away with a couple, got some strikeouts out of it.
Here's Adam LaRoche now, and LaRoche playing with a huge hole between Panic, who's out there in short right, and more than a couple of steps toward the right field line, and the shortstop Crawford. LaRoche into the opposite gap. Perez is there with a play to retire the side. That's 10 in a row retired by Ryan Vogelsong. Still 2-0 Giants.
Be home in an hour. All right, girls, we gotta hurry up. My parents will kill me. You know, you really don't have to help me pick up all this stuff.
It's okay. It's only a step in me.
My parents see you here, they might get really close to me.
Yeah. Mine too. Perfect timing.
Wake up.
Can't believe you're making me fight hungover.
You want to drink like a man?
Let's see if you can fight like a man.
Come on, let's go. Hey. Come on. Hit me. It's no patty cake. Punch me. Here. Right here. No. Come on.
My bullets.
This is bullshit. Anyone's pussy. Pussy's getting so drunk that you can't defend yourself. You can't watch your back. That is bullshit. Bet you graduated last night. Doesn't taste as good on the way out as it did on the way in, I'll bet. Huh? See, this is what I call a party. You want to hurt me, Nathan? Okay, Mac, get even. Don't lose control. Think about it. Clear your head now. Focus.
As to why there is even a Game 4 being played at all tonight is Doug Fister's 7 shutout innings yesterday to keep the Nationals alive in the series. And Doug joins us in our interview brought to you by DirecTV. Doug, congratulations on such a great day yesterday. Has to be very satisfying for you as we watch a long foul ball off the bat of Brandon Crawford. You've had great success in elimination games. You've pitched in 3 of them in the postseason, and your team's won each and every one.
You know, I've been truly blessed to be a part of some great teams, and this one being right at the top there. We're you know, a team that doesn't stop fighting, the guys that work together, you know, playing their heart out. It's one of those things we just want to catch a break and go get it and get some momentum for us.
Doug, great game. I said yesterday, Gloria Estefan, the rhythm is going to get you. That's what kind of pitcher you are, a rhythm pitcher. I love watching you work. What has and how has it changed for you as a pitcher? You always work that fast?
You know, it's something I started doing in college, more on the fact that, you know, trying to get back up there, keep the defense in sync and on their toes. But, you know, it's really worked into something that is my rhythm now, and that's kind of what keeps me on track. So, you know, I want to keep things rolling, keep things moving to where the guys get back in the dugout, start hitting again, and get back to what they like to do the best.
Fine play by Adam LaRoche to get it to Gonzalez in time to get the out on Crawford. You know, it's been such a pitching and defense type series, Doug, and I guess you guys, from your perspective, with a staff that's been so successful all year, you're not surprised that that's the way this thing has gone down with the Giants.
No, you know, we're playing a great team over on the other side there, and they're executing well. You know, most games come down to 1 or 2 pitches, and that's what really we've done this whole series so far. So we just know that we've got to make sure that every pitch counts and every play counts. You know, we got to work together and you know, make the little things matter.
Doug, when you got traded over to the Nationals, it instantaneously made them the best rotation, in my opinion, 1 through 5. But many people have talked about your influence and what you've been as a teammate to a young staff that maybe not had some veteran leadership. And your influence has really made this staff, even though they don't pitch like you, speak to what you've been able to do and add to this already great staff.
You know, like I said, I've been blessed to be a part of some great staffs, and the guys that we have here are unbelievable. You know, starting with the guy on the mound, you know, he's each one of them have some great attributes and huge upsides that you know, they're just coming into themselves and really knowing what to do and how to do with what they've got, and that's something that you know, says a lot.
You know, John Smoltz was talking about this the other day, Doug, as we take a look at what you guys have accomplished in terms of rotation numbers. ERA is terrific, leading to the best ERA in baseball. When your pitching coach, Steve McCaddy, told us how active you were in meetings at the beginnings of series, John Smoltz was reminiscing about the time he hit a home run and then tried to step into the hitters meeting the next day. Have you ever taken it that far?
Well, I've joined in on the defensive side of the meeting, never really on the offensive side. You know, I mean, we're definitely a cohesive group. We've got to work together. You know, if defense is moving and shifting in different ways than the way you're pitching, guys, you're not going to get the most out of things. So you really got to stay on the same page and communicate with one another.
0-2 the count to Ryan Fogelsong. 2 gone, base is empty. 2-0 Giants, and a swing and a miss makes for a quick 1-2-3-4 for Gio Gonzalez. Doug Fister, thanks for the conversation. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Guys, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Still 2-0 Giants.
the last one? 2 nights ago. Any new details? It was mostly the same. I see the woman standing there. She starts singing, I think it's a lullaby. Here comes your dad. It's over. Nathan, some dreams are based in reality, but others are our mind's way of handling anxiety just by pushing it deep into your subconscious. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't most psychiatrists want
A pair of unearned runs have been the difference so far tonight in San Francisco, with the Nationals facing an elimination stakes once again. It's a 2-0 lead for the Giants as we continue in the top half of the fifth. Starting pitching comparison, both have been very good. Again, the 2 runs charged to Gonzalez unearned. Ryan Vogelsong, for his part, is yet to allow a base hit tonight. He goes back to work in the fifth, and he gets Ian Desmond to start things out for the Nats, and there goes your no-no.
And for the Nats, that's only the second first pitch hit of the series. Ramos, I believe, has the other one. Couldn't come at a bigger time for the Nationals, as they are really trying to get to this game before they get to the bullpen of the Giants. They'd like to have the score a little different than 2-0. So this inning being a big inning.
So now Bryce Harper, he flied to center, picking on the first pitch back in the second. Leadoff hitter aboard, and Harper lays off the first pitch this time. You know, we talked to Matt Williams before the game about what on paper looks from Bryce Harper to be a concerted effort to be more patient at the plate. Harper is an aggressive hitter. He hit .309 on first pitches during the regular season, and at first glance that looks like a pretty good number. The league average, however, is .336. Bryce has not offered at the first pitch as often in this very short sample size, so we asked Matt Williams about that. And his contention is that Bryce is just seeing the ball a little better.
Yeah, he's seeing the ball a little better. He's healthier with that thumb. And the biggest thing is he's going to have to, you know, as he gets older and matures in this game, he'll be able to set up pitchers a little bit better when he can see the ball like he's seeing. Because pitchers, why would you throw him a fastball? You're not going to throw him a fastball. This guy has already proven he can hit it no matter what the velocity is. So you've got to try to get him chasing outside the zone.
Harper swung at the first pitch in 42% of his plate appearances during the regular season. Behind here, 1-2.
See Posey jump right there. He was anticipating Rendon. Looked like he was, or Desmond looked like he was running, and look at him get ready to try and throw out the runner in that little sidestep, but he never did end up stealing second base.
Wilson Ramos waits on deck. A runner on with nobody out. Fastball straightens up Harper. It's 2-2 now.
You know, one of the hardest things, at least it was for me as a young pitcher in this league, is recognizing what hitters come off of fastballs and what hitters never do. What I mean by that is some hitters never, ever leave the thought of them hitting a fastball. It's fastball first, and that's one thing you got to find out, you know, through video and certain things. I don't think Harper's one of those guys that ever comes off fastball.
Target on the corner. Vogelsong hits it, but it is wide, and it's 3-2.
He'll be able to hit hanging curveballs and hanging changeups, but any curveball that has the depth in the strike zone, and you see it just missing that box right there, Anyone that starts in the strike zone and goes down, I think he's more apt to swing at and swing and miss.
The payoff pitch home. And Harper shoots it into the opposite corner. Desmond to third, where he's being waved around to try to score. He'll do so without a throw, and it's 2-1 San Francisco.